Okay, as I have submitted to you 2 articles. What is the first article? Diliwang, what is the first article about? What is the first article about?
It's about importing Canagarajah. It's very difficult to pronounce his name.
Yeah. It's very difficult. It's like a Canagarajah, something. Right?
Yeah. Canagarajah. It's an Indian name, right?
Yeah, kind of, but he's in America, I think. He's in America. Okay. He's a professor in America. And how about the second article? What is it about? It is a research, right? It is a research.
A research about the student attitudes towards
yes, concerning world Englishes and and what? And like English,
native,
right? Standard English.
native and non-native English speakers. Yeah.
Okay, now Vanchana is coming. Hello, Vanchana.
Good morning, Professor.
Good morning. Okay. How's everything, Vanchana?
Everything is quite okay, Professor. It's quite okay. Lots of work, especially
lots of work. Okay,
the next icon, Professor. Let's make us, easy.
On the May 15, right?
That's right. So,
May 15 and May the 14th we will do the election on May 14th. How about you, Tatiya? Are you dreaming? Are you dreaming or are you waking up?
Yeah, I'm waking up, but now I'm just confused. Like I did the wrong assignment.
The wrong assignment. Really?
Oh my God.
Okay, again, I just assign you to read the 2 articles clearly, understand them, and then answer the question. Answer the question by putting your answer through PowerPoint. Okay, and the questions are from the topic, or from the heading of each article, because when you read you see the title, you see the abstract, you see the subtopic or heading. Okay, so the heading is like the main point of that article. So you can find the answer under that topic, each topic. Okay, you will find the answer. You can do by applying the reading strategy, that is reading for topic, reading for main idea. Just look for topic and look for main idea, and then you can construct the meaning of that content. Okay, we will start from the article of Canagarajah. As I said, he is a professor at a university in America. Okay. And then his program is about linguistics. It's about linguistics, and he wrote a lot about world Englishes, or we can say global Englishes. And this is one one article, an article that this author tried to like raise an issue about the theory and the practice, theory and practice, the theory about world Englishes and how can we employ those theory into our field, that is the field of teaching English, the field of teaching English. And I assign by the headings. And yeah, I heard that like Sumonang, right? Sumonang, I heard that she dropped, right? She dropped. I heard that, but I'm not sure. So I just put in my assignment, if if Sumonang drop, okay, you do this topic instead of her. I assign something like that. And Vanchana, at first, Vanchana found that, oh, I did not assign anything to Sumonang. So then I assign the question to Sumonang, and I said, if she will not study this semester, okay, you all will do answer some topic instead of her. Okay.
Yes, Professor. In this case, I mean Sumun Ang, right? Last week, both Saturday and Sunday, we have classes, and she attended the class, Professor.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. So we hope that she can enjoy. She can join, not enjoy. And Satya, did she submit the Zoom address to her? Satya?
Already, Professor.
She submit to Sumona.
Yeah.
And where is Rosamond? Where is she?
She's coming.
She's coming. Okay. Okay, let's go to the first article. Okay. So Vanchana, you will be the first, right?
It's my pleasure.
You are number one. So you will be the first that's talking about Canagarajah. Okay. Main contentions about world English. What is the meaning of contentions? Vanchana? What is the meaning of contentions?
Conventions. Personally, I found that it's kind of like the conflict, Professor.
Conflict or some disagreement, something like that. Some disagreement that this author have about
world Englishes.
About English and world Englishes.
Okay. That's right.
Okay. So, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Please allow me to share my PowerPoint.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. Everyone can see my slide.
Yeah.
Yes.
Clear.
Okay, I try to click
with a green background.
Yeah, that's right, Professor. Now I click the present button already, so it make it bigger. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the chance that I'm going to be the first one to present based on the question, what is Canagarajah main contentions about world Englishes? This is a question that I am assigned. Okay. Let me present you some background based on the text, the article that I've already have had. I'm going to start from all right. This question based on the article by Linda Shelton. It's called Importing Canagarajah's Global English Theories. Let's start from this slide. Okay, I divided into many sentences to make it easy to understand. Canagarajah strives to defeat the monolingual state of mind. That means his background experience with all languages give him the foundation for encouraging linguistic diversity.
It did not show. It did not. I mean, it did not show up for the first slide.
Oh, really?
How about the other? Does it pop up? I did. For me, my computer did not pop up. Yeah, it's coming.
For me, the same problem. So I gonna use this way, Professor.
Okay, okay.
Okay, this is what I mentioned, the article from Linda Shelton.
Yeah,
Okay.
Linda Shelton, she wrote this article.
That's right. Sir.
And she, she would like to show about how to import, right, or how to apply the theory of Canagarajah into practice. Okay.
That's right, sir.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, I just mentioned from the first statement. Okay, Canagarajah strives to defeat the monolingual state of mind. His background experience with world languages give him a foundation for encouraging linguistic diversity. Okay,
for the first sentence, strives to defeat the monolingual state of mind. What is that? What does it mean for that?
In my point of view, he tried to
show his argument,
that,
right? Show his argument.
Yeah,
show
that's
his
right.
idea. Show his idea about what?
One language, only one language that we use.
Yeah, monolingual. Here, what does it mean for monolingual? It is what is it?
English, sir.
Yeah.
English language.
He would like to Canagarajah would like to clarify, or would like to compromise about between people who prefer standard English, that is monolingual. People who prefer standard English, so they think the other English, like the world English, are not standard, and Canagarajah would like to compromise, or would like to give his idea about it. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, but actually there are many Englishes that use in the world. So he mentioned this word, linguistic diversity. English has been exported out of the world, as you know. We use English all around the world. This assumes that monolingual were because English language has become the global lingua franca.
Because English has used or has spoken across the world, and so we can say that English is used as a global lingua franca, right? Global lingua franca means, what does it mean?
Use English. How can I say?
For communication, right?
Yeah, by people in different parts of the world, they use English.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry. About background for the second of your sentence, second of your slide. His background and experience with world English give him a foundation of encouraging linguistic diversity. Yeah, you can see that Canagarajah, he has background, he has experience about world Englishes. So he studied a lot, he worked a lot about world Englishes. So we just say that he know a lot, or we can say he is an expert. He is an expert about world Englishes. So he would like people to understand and to pay attention to world Englishes. Okay.
That's right. Based on the third one, the third sentence, global lingua franca, this make English that used by people all over the world lead to mention English that that has many patterns or diverse pattern. These changes are perhaps faster than any others. I mean other languages, because many people use this in this world. So it's possible that this language can be changed faster than other languages.
Yeah, and change, like English is Thailand may have some change, right? English in India has some change, so it has diverse may cause diverse patterns or diverse change, and those are global Englishes. Okay,
there are some scholars mentioned in the article, like Dr. Johnson. He mentioned that knew that language change could not be stopped. Also, as Butters claimed that some native speakers are so anxious about this change. He mentioned that as natural disaster. That means we cannot stop earthquakes or hurricanes or tornadoes. We can't, as we cannot stop the change of using language.
This reminds me about Thai proverbs, right? What is that? What's that? The meaning of from the quote of Butter about change. It's about change, and this remind me about the Thai proverb. And Patanan, she knows about that. What is that, Patanan? That this say, we cannot stop the chain. We cannot stop the chain. What is the Thai proverbs about that?
I have no idea.
Harm what? Harm.
Something like ห้ามควัน
ห้ามไฟ Stop the fire. Yeah, stop the fire without smoke. And stop what? Stop the sun, right? Stop the sun to shine. If you can stop these things, you can stop what? If you can stop the smoke, if you can stop the suns to shine, and then you can stop what? Stop gossip, right? Stop gossip. So it's similar to this. Like English is chain. English is chain, like all the time. So you cannot stop the chain. You cannot stop the chain. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yes, we cannot stop the change of the using language or natural disaster as same as English. Okay, the last one, English is no exception, because as I just mentioned, English is used, so the change is happen. Okay, from this, let's move to the article mentioned cashews, concentric circles of world Englishes. As we know, there are three circles that he mentioned. Start from the first one, the innermost circle. Okay, right here. Did represent those countries that use English as mother tongue by native speaker, like in the UK, the US, Canada, Ireland, New Zealand, and Australia. Okay. Actually, in these countries have different varieties of their standardized English. they also colonize and export their mother tongue or English with military and economic power. Canagarajah call this center. Okay, center mean the circle in the inner one.
Yeah. So Kachuru use the word innermost circle, right? Innermost circle, and this like they are standard English, right? They are standard English. They are native speaker, right? They are native speaker. However, they are native speaker. But they have some different, right? They have some different in their standard.
That's right.
Their standard, different standard. And this country, they are big country. They have they control, they occupy some countries, so they have some, you know, some mother tongue language. They have some English, like English from military, English from business, something like that. So this will make it like different. It's standard. They are standard, but there are some different. And how about Canagarajah? He said he has some circle like this, concentric circle. So for the innermost circle, Canagarajah use which word?
Center. Sir.
Yeah, he used the word center. Use the word center for the innermost circle. Use center. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Form the innermost circle based on cashew concentric and center, or Canagarajah call it. Let's move to the next circle of cashew. Next circle is can say outer circle. Okay, in this circle consists of many countries: Bangladesh, Ghana, India, Malaysia, the Philippines, Sri Lanka, Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and many countries in Arabian countries like this. These circle are former or current British and American colonies. It's from the intense use of English within these countries that we now have variations, standard Indian English, standard Sri Lankan English, and many English that use in this circle, Professor.
Yeah. So this will be the second, you can say this, the second circle. And we can say that these people use English as their second language, right? Most of them use English as their second language. Like they just use it as their formal or their official language. Okay. And how about the last sentence? Say what?
The last sentence say that by the use of English in these countries, it's changed in their own way. So we call that standard Indian English. That means the Indian people, the Indian use English in their own way. They have something that like kind of unique, right? Unique, or that that suit for people in that region of the country.
Yeah, I heard somebody just say like 1, 2, 3, 3, something like that, right? For Indian people.
Yeah,
and
sure.
that is the standard Indian English. Yeah, and Sri Lankan, and yeah, the other, they just create their own standard English. Okay, go on, please.
Okay, the last circle from cashew is called outermost, and or expanding circle is called expanding circle, or is the outermost. In this circle consists of many countries like China, Egypt, Indonesia, Israel, Japan, Korea, Nepal, Russia, or include very South American countries. Canagarajah referred to both the latter two so-calls, the latter two right here, okay, the pink one and the green one. He called this periphery. Include outer circle and expanding circle. That means in this circle, in periphery, they have been noted a whole new way to view native speaker. That means try to use English in different purposes, different form, the inner one, the outer one. But in this so-called, they use for like for business, to contact to other people in the country that use English as a native speaker or use as a second language. Okay, that's it, Professor.
Yeah, Canagarajah just add or just combine the outermost and the expanding of HUSOC to be just periphery. He used the word periphery. Okay, and this one will be like the focus of Canagarajah to focus, and this will be like world Englishes, and they just set up their own English. Okay, set up some of their own English. Okay, go on, please.
Okay, this is a circles based on HUSOC concentric and compare with the point of view of Canagarajah. Okay, so you see we see something different based on these three circles. Let's move to in the quotation that some sentences mentioned by Canagarajah. Many speakers in the periphery use English as a first or dominant language. Others may use it as a language that was simultaneously acquired with one or more local languages and may display equal or native proficiency in them now. Add to this the argument that many of periphery communities have developed their own localized forms of English and might consider themselves to be native speakers of these new Englishes.
Yeah. So this one, Canagarajah explain about periphery, how the people, or how the people in the country of outermost and expanding use English. They may use just most of the time they use English as it's like the first dominant language. But sometimes they use English and their own English, maybe dialect or something, you know, that they use their own English. And yeah, they use maybe 2 or 3 or 4 languages together. Okay, and they say that these they just set up, they just create their own English, and they can say that the people of their country will be can be native speakers of English in their country. The native speaker of English in their country. Okay, go ahead, please.
Next one show the statement that is this amount of variation in English. A pause or event terrifies some who may think there is a periphery to be defended. That means in the variety of English that use mentioned in the previous slide, makes some people, especially native speaker, who think about this, right? They have to protect the change of the use of English in the periphery or the second and the third circles.
Okay.
the question in the next paragraph show up right here. Could it be that they feel some of their own personal power threatened if the superiority of their own dialect is questioned? And if clear communication is the goal, what does that require? Okay, look at this. Okay, kind of the answer to that questions, because the degree of miscommunication in today's standard English discourse is staggering. A common standardized dialect does not guarantee clarity and understanding.
What does it mean?
There are many the level of using I'm gonna say mistake. I'm not sure it will be right or wrong. Mistake of misunderstanding in using in communication nowadays by using standard English. Okay, it make something staggering. I can say it changed. It's different from the same way.
Yeah, because of the change, okay? Because
That's
of
right.
standard English change. So a common standard dialect does not guarantee clarity and understanding. What's that?
The local language that normally used in that area does not help the clear meaning that make the people understand its meanings.
Yeah, I mean, I think this means standard English change a lot, and nowadays it some change, or maybe some words or some phrases, some words or some phrases that are changed may not be understood clearly, may not be understood clearly by using only standard English. Okay, using only standard English may not understand the conversation or the communication clearly, because there are other Englishes, that cause some that make the original English may not be able to understand all the new change.
Even though they use the English word, right, Professor, but different meaning, right?
Yeah.
I think of some example from Professor Akarapon that he show us the word robot. The robot that mean actually it means a traffic light in Africa country. That what we found from the beginning, the first week of the course. Maybe like that, right?
Yeah. Right.
Okay, I see. Okay, next, in a multilingual society, tolerance and respect for others are encouraged. Inclusion can become intrinsic social value when members of multilingual community must make an effort to allow for each other languages to be respected. Canagarajah mentioned that the creative processes of linguistic mediation, interaction, and fusion that to take place in social life. This statement, because of the change that mentioned before, right? So how to solve the problem or how to make us understand more, right? So we have to use these two words, tolerance and respect. It's gonna help us to understand each other more.
Yeah. What does tolerance mean?
Tolerance.
It's like
open mic.
no, it's like when you speak or when you make a conversation with a native speaker, you know, with a native speaker, and you talk to him or her, and then because of maybe some limitation of your vocabulary or limitation of your intonation or something, you know, and your listener, some, okay, I used to see some may say that, okay, forget it. It's like you don't need to say anymore, because you confuse me. The meaning is you confuse me. You cannot make me understand you. So your listener would like you to stop speaking. That is the listener did not try to understand you. They just do something like a tolerance, like they it's kind of look down at you, that you cannot speak English clearly, you cannot make your listener to understand you. That is, so that listener did not try to listen to you
because they don't understand.
Yeah, so but in global English, you must keep patient. Okay, this word is like the word patient. You have to patient, you know, you have to be calm, you have to patient, you have to be calm, try to understand. And the next one is you have to respect the other Englishes, like a Thai English, Indian English. You have to pay respect to them. They say like this because, you know, maybe because of their culture, their mother tongue language, something like that. So in situation, you have to patient and give respect to your interlocutors, right? This, and Canagarajah would like people all around the world, to be patient when you talk to, you know, non-native speaker, and should pay respect to them. That is the intention of Canagarajah. Okay, go on.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, next. As members of society can learn to negotiate meaning, we cannot assume that everyone else must accept our own semantic position. That skills is critical to understand others, whether we use the same lexicon or not. A little less pride and a little more humility can go far in making people better communicators.
Yeah. Look at the last sentence. A little less pride and a little more humility can go far in making people better communicator. Okay, please explain this, Panchana.
Like personally, like the second so-called the outer one, right? That they use English as a second language, and they talk or communicate to the expanding so-called people. They maybe they're proud, you can say, they are proud that okay, I'm from second second, I use as a second language, but you just use as a first language. You I'm better than you, something like that. So we have to reduce this attitude, or how can I say ego, something like that. Okay.
Right.
And make more humility, that try to respect, try to tolerance or understand people, try get more.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, go ahead, please.
For communication. Okay, another quotation or some statement from Canagarajah. Multilingual people always make adjustments to each other as they modify the accent, syntax, or facilitate communication with those who are not proficient in their language. Furthermore, they come with psychological and attitudinal resources such as patience, tolerance, humility to negotiate the differences of interlocutors. Okay. That means people that use English try to adjust kind of the accent when interlocutors or people who talk to don't understand, right? You have to, right? You're gonna adjust or change something that make them more understand, like accent or how to communicate or syntax or anything, right? It's come with psychological and attitude, like passion or professor mentioned, right? Patience and tolerance and more in human or humility to talk to each other.
You have to be kind. You have to be calm. You have to help each other, right? You have to help each other because you do a communication. The objective of communication is you successful in sending the message in sending the message to each other. If you can sending the right message to each other and the receiver can receive the message correctly, that is the successful of communication. So you in this world that use English as a lingua franca must try to understand each other.
That's right, sir. Okay, let's move to some scholar found in the article, like Piyanukool mentioned that the dichotomy, right? I found it's the word did mean difference of global English as attempting us with in two ways, both in positive and negative. For the positive way, the illusion of unified global communication. Okay, and in negative way, it's make English is inequality or injustice, and the prevention of communication. Okay. Thus, when we talk of language communities and the possible benefits of communication they may bring, we must also consider who is simultaneously left out of such cultural empires and what the sequence may be.
Yeah, I would like to say that just think positive. Yeah, think positive. That is the key of of Piyanukool, that this author talk about global English. You have to think positive. Just make it possible, make it equal, make it justice, not unequal, not injustice. Okay, go ahead, please.
And also Philipson study the spirit of English in Africa as an example of the way that dominant group differentiates itself from and stigmatizes the dominated group. The rule is that we are a nation with a language, whereas they are the tribe with a dialect. We can all criticize colonial policies we might think are in the past.
Okay, please talk about the example of English in Africa.
That just show you maybe the same example that everyone heard before, right? Some native speaker was in Africa, and they African used the word robot instead of traffic light. At first, that native speaker got confused. What does a robot mean? I saw no robot at all, but actually that robots, the word robot mean traffic light for local people.
Yeah, for this example, like in Africa, they speak English, African English, they speak English. And the people who are proud of their African English, they say that they have their own language, their own African English, and they are in a nation, they are in a country, they have language, and they are proud of them, that African English. And they just look at the others, like the other tribes or the other people who say some in their country, you know, I mean, the people in their country which may not communicate with English very well. They say that those language, those English of those people, it's just a dialect. It's not a language. It's not a language. It's just a dialect. So this to show that some people, like a dominant group of people, the people who just think that they are powerful, they dominate the other. They think they are better. They think they are better than the other. They do like this. They look down the other language. They look down the other language, and they are so proud of their language. And this, you know, this is not a good example of applying world Englishes. Okay, next please.
I see. Thank you, sir. Okay. But Canagarajah maintains that the issue of power and defense have simply become more subtle and dispersed. He also points out that deficit linguistics, I found myself, the meaning is a delay in normal speech and language development, or the belief that one dialect is inherently superior to another.
Yeah, and you can see that Canagarajah would like to, the people who think they are powerful, they are different from the other. He would like this idea to be dispersed, like to be go away, to go away, to just not exist anymore. You don't want those ideas to exist anymore. Okay, next please.
And Piyanukool also mentioned that the prestige language community by claiming that English is linked to forms of institutionalized power, and that it functions as a class-based language with tension between local multiple vernacular languages and the monolingualism of the language of power. As Tollefson agrees, at the time when English is widely seen as key to economic success of nations and the economic well-being of individuals, the spirit of English also contributes to significant social, political, and economic inequalities.
Please explain.
Piyanukool mentioned as the keyword in my point of view, a class-based language that used by local
English is linked to form of institutionalized power, and that it functions as a class-based language. Class-based language. This remind me about the the teenagers word, Thai teenager words. About 2 or 3 years ago, like they said, they meet class, right? They meet class, so that means they just divide themselves to be better class than the other. So English because the native speaker are proud, they are proud of their English. So English is a class-based language, and they will, control. They think they can control the other vernacular languages, that is world Englishes, vernacular language, world Englishes, and they said their idea is only English is standard, not world English. They think like that. Only English is standard, not world English. World English is not standard. So that is monolingualism. And again, from Tollefson used the word significant, that is important. They said in business, right? In business, some about political area, some business, about economy, English is significant or English is important, not world English, not world Englishes. Only English is important. So these are the idea of some native speaker, or we may say some original native speaker. Okay. Go ahead, please.
We come up with these two questions. So how should one's personal position as English teacher be viewed? And does the global spirit of English bring more prosperity or more exploitation? Yes, Philipson also claimed that English language teaching has been a tool of colonialism and subjugation. While Piyanukool also added, the example of English language education is, of course, both continuation of the realist hierarchies of colonial rule and of the colonial construction of the inherent superiority of native speaker. In this part, Piyanukool exists that ELT is a tool. It's kind of a tool for colonialism, subjugation.
This is from like an American or American British, they have a lot of colonies, right? They have a lot of colonies. So their English is like in their teaching English, they use English in teaching. So it's like an instrument for them to be powerful people, right? They are powerful people to control their colonies. So they use English to control the other countries that under them. Okay, and Piyanukool talk about using English in education, you know, or in a curriculum. You can see the racist levels or the class, you know, you can see classes of different races or different tribes of people, right? They are different, they are minorities. So when you use English in education, you can see there are different level of people in that education. It's like in India, right? India, they separate people into many classes, right? Like a king or Brahm or something. That is the hierarchies. That is, this one is hierarchy of people because of the language, English language that they use. And then talk about the same as Philipson is about colony. It's about colony, just about the country that they control, country that their native speaker control. Okay, go ahead, please.
Thanks. Thank you, sir. Okay. To deal with this charge, Canagarajah describes two approaches to teaching language. The first one is mainstream pedagogy. It is a continue to adopt the present attitude towards standard English to reproduce in the future what we have right now. And the approach carefully questions and examines any current teaching practice from different angles of vision. He called this critical pedagogy. So these are two approach based on Canagarajah idea.
Yeah, so now is Canagarajah will show how to teach English language, by right now, you know, right now, how to teach English language right now. He proposed two ways to teach English. The first way is just do the same. The first way is just do the same. It's called mainstream pedagogy. You
do the same from standard, right, Professor?
Yeah, you use standard English. You just use the basic grammar from standard English. You just go on to use this, to use it. That is the first way. And the second way is when you use, you should consider, you should test some teaching right now, like current, you know. You should think about that. Like you should hear, you should listen to some different idea from other teachers, from maybe from the outermost or from the periphery circle, right? Yeah, you should pay attention to them. That what did they found nowadays as they use standard English, and they want to use the local Englishes, you know, to teach their English. You should do this. You should like to integrate. You should integrate. This is the critical pedagogy. Okay, so he proposed two ways.
Try to learn the difference in teaching English.
Yeah.
In another way from different contexts, right?
Right.
Okay. Right. Okay. We also mentioned critical pedagogy. Okay. That's not just accept the standard, not just only accept standard English. Inherently more eloquent, expressive, and articulate, and therefore better than any other language. And recognize that along with accepting a dominant language, one also implicitly accepts the politics, ideologies, racial tenets, and economic values of the dominant group.
Yeah, this is how to employ critical pedagogy. You have to first, yeah, you use standard English, and then you have to think about the ideas of politics, the politics about and a group of people, you know, and how about the economic, okay. And yeah, because of this, I think last month I heard that we as Thailand, right? Thailand has a word that they will put this word like in world English. What is that word? That is the food, is the word of food of Thai. What is that? What is very popular and Tatya like a lot? What is Tatya? What is the Thai food that will the name of the Thai food will be put in in a dictionary of the world English? What is that?
Maybe Tom Yam Kung.
Tom.
No.
Pad Thai.
Tom Kha Gai.
Pad Thai.
Oh.
Pad Thai.
You know. So Pad Thai will write Pad Thai in dictionary. So the people will know when they say P-A-D T-H-A-I, they know this word. They know this word. So this is a, you know, world English, world English, Pad Thai, you know, and I think then later maybe Songkran, right? Songkran will be put in the world English too, and the people just see Songkran and they know, okay, this is in Thailand, like a water fighting in Thailand, something like that. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, language is separately entangled with in the culture of any group. To accept or adopt a language is to accept or adopt that culture. That is why Canagarajah refers to English in the periphery as a Trojan horse that can perpetuate colonialism and dependence. Okay. From this statement, right, that I highlighted, the language is entangled. It's in any culture. We cannot separate it.
Yeah. We learn language and we learn the culture too. You know, language and culture go hand in hand. You know, cannot separate.
Can we say language is like a subset of the word culture? It's in a bigger. It's the biggest one, right? Culture, and the culture consists of language, idea, costume, or something like this.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. And did you understand about the word Trojan horse that can perpetuate colonialism and dependence?
This is a proper noun, but I try to find its meaning. I found it's like a kind of horse that used in the war, in the past time, something like that, Professor.
Yeah, I used to see this movie, the big movie, the famous movie.
How can it call, sir? Gladiator.
Gladiator. I forgot the name, but I had the I don't like the one. It's just Presley. What is it? what is the Hollywood? Presley, not Presley. Who is the ex-husband of ex-husband of what? You know, that movie is about a war of two tribes of people, a war of two tribes of people.
In like in the Roman
Yeah,
era?
something like that, you know.
Oh, I think of Brad Pitt.
Yeah, Brad Pitt, right? Brad Pitt use Trojan. They put, it's like a big horse, you know. They put something, they make something like a big horse, and it can move to, you know, to like a big horse, like a big elephant, you know, to attack the other army, you know. And then you know what? Then later, Trojan is the name of the bad what about computer? What is the bad about computer?
Of virus.
Yeah, it's the bad virus. Trojan is the bad virus of computer, you know. That is the link from that movie, you know. And this Canagarajah link here to English in the periphery is like a Trojan horse, you know.
That means there is a powerful virus, right? So
yeah,
it's called Trojan.
They can contact about colony contact, not contact, attack, right? Attack colony, attack the not independence, something like that. Okay.
Oh, I found the name of the movie, Professor. It's called Troy.
Yeah,
Troy.
Right.
Troy. Then
right.
It's the name of the city.
Yeah, Troy, right.
Okay, Troy. That's pretty.
But Tatiya, she knows just Troy. Marry me, right, Tatiya? She knows a lot about that song from the Troy. That is not Troy. It is what is it? Toy, right? What is the full name of that, Tatiya? Full name of that band?
The Toy.
No, the band, the music band of Thai.
I'm not sure.
It ends with toy, end with the word toy. And the well-known song is "Marry Me." That song is very well known.
Is it Thai song, sir?
Yeah, Thai song.
Thai
band. The band is the last name of is Toy. The last name is Toy. Okay, go ahead.
Canagarajah contrasts these two pedagogical approaches. Okay, again, mainstream pedagogy and critical pedagogy. For the first one, they regard learning as being separate and above, untouched, and hold that all people learn the same way. That Professor mentioned that we have to follow the same way. This mainstream pedagogy. Why critical pedagogy? We can learn from other people's idea, background, okay, in different cultural traditions, cultural background, tradition, or social practices.
Yeah, the main one is culture. We have to think about their culture too. Culture, their societies. Go ahead, please.
He still mentioned these two words, mainstream pedagogy, especially the word I highlight, undisputed facts that are innocently passed on. Why critical pedagogy? Okay, we can test it, right? It may be contested like that. So we can change, we can test it, we can use it. Okay, maybe the same meaning, right? The same definition.
Yeah.
From Canagarajah, okay, advocates a critical pedagogical approach because teachers have the ethical responsibility of negotiating the hidden values and interests behind knowledge and are expected to help students to adopt a critical orientation to learning.
That means Canagarajah propose or support critical
pedagogy.
Yeah, critical approach. He support this. Okay.
Okay, let's move to this. Okay, once again, these three circles. He also mentioned if multilingualism can reduce conflict from both the latter two circle that we call periphery, from the outer and expanding, it will also work in the center, okay, or in the inner one of cashew. The both truth. I found myself wrong, but for some reason. It's wrong, but do it for some reason. There is not just one set of English, but diversity has come out of the way. It's the force of change and influence have extended outward from the center of the circle. Okay, also have the force and change in permitting a fail from the periphery back to the circle, right? From the last two circle will back to the first one, okay, the inner one. This is the question, maybe the last question from me. Can Canagarajah ideas about dealing with diversity in the periphery also give us solutions for dealing with it in the center?
Yeah, the idea of applying world Englishes in the center. I mean, in the native speaker country, in native speaking country, is it possible? That is the question of this. Okay, is it possible to do that? Okay.
All right, the same one, sir. The same question. Okay, that's all for my part, sir.
Okay, good. Big hand.
Sir.
Very good. Okay. Anybody have some questions about that?
No. Thank you.
Hello, Rosamond. Now you are here. Hello, Rosamond. Okay, so we'll take a photo again. Okay, take photo again. Okay. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Got it. I got it.
Sorry for taking my time to do my presentation. It's almost an hour. Sorry, Patanan.
That's good. This will make us clear, make us clear about the article.
Patanan said, can she have 2 hours, Professor?
No, I will take only 5 minutes.
Oh, really? Good news.
Okay, we'll go on by Patanan about Canagarajah to, we can say, to integrate or to apply his idea in teaching English nowadays. Okay, go on, Patanan, please.
Yes, so let me share my screen. Where is it? Oh. Yeah. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so let's move to question number 2. Okay. Yes. So the question is, can we apply the Canagarajah theories to the diverse language community within the center? As Canagarajah suggests that education has lost its innocence because it promotes the politics, values, and ideas of a dominant social group. So as a language teachers, we need to critically examine our own hidden curricula in the whatever language community we may work in, and address concerns such as the burden placed on the teacher by non-English speaking undocumented students and the native impact ESL students have on the class. So it means that as we are the language teachers, we have to think about our student background. Okay. Okay. And Linda, she applied the Canagarajah critical pedagogy to the student essay on the 3 levels. So the first level is to how the writer examines her topic. So the Linda gives some topic to the student to write something, and then she had to help the writer to examine the topic, whether they agree or disagree. Okay, and the second level is to enlighten the writer. And the last level is to guide the student whose views may different from her own perspective. Yes. And so I can conclude that Canagarajah can help Linda enable her student teachers to understand multiple perspectives and influence how she interacts with her elementary students. So Canagarajah suggests that we should interact with the student whose view differ from our own with respect. Yes. And humility and professionalism. So this professionalism should include a critical pedagogy that reminds us that knowledge is negotiated, thought through, and value-laden. And moreover, and then confrontational and human attitude is an effective guide as Linda interacts with all students. I mean, with all her students. She must also critically examine the material that she used because they are cultural, saturated with life in the centers where they may be well organized, economical, secure, and goal-directed life. Yes. So
okay, Patnan, Linda, she applied Canagarajah
yes.
idea or perspective to her class.
Yes.
Linda, she is a professor, right? She is a professor. She's teaching graduate student. Graduate student, and her students are like teachers, right? They are teachers, yes. And she just mentioned a teacher that teaching in an elementary school, right?
Yes.
Teaching elementary school, and she set up an activity to employ Canagarajah ideas
yes.
in that, and the activity is to do what?
To write an essay.
Write an essay,
yeah.
The first one is to help the writer examine her topic.
Yes.
Want the writer of the student, want the student to think about the topic. And the second, this is the purpose of her activity. The second, enlighten the writer. Enlighten, that is give an idea or help the writer to be successful or to be clear in everything, you know. And then the last one is to guide students.
Guide student, yes.
Because her student have different ideas, right? Have different ideas from Linda. and then okay, and Canagarajah idea can help Linda about what? About understand different perspective or different
Yes.
ideas that influence them. Okay,
Because,
go to the next slide.
yes.
And this one, the last two sentences that she must also critically examine the material she used. Okay, when you teach English or teach students to do some activity, think about the material that you use, because you have to think about this material may be material for the student in the center. What does it mean, student in center?
In from the inner circle.
Yeah, from native speaker.
Yes.
Material for native speaker, and the native speaker, generally people think native speaker, they are well organized, economically secure. That means that they are not poor, right?
Yeah.
They are not poor, and they have the goal in their life. So they set the goal in their life, in their education. What do they want? Those are the people in the center or the native speaker. So you have to think about that when you teach by using English and world Englishes. Okay. Next, please.
So actually it's all finished about my my questions. Yes.
Really? Okay.
Yes, teacher.
Okay, good. So you pick up the one activity that Linda, the author of this article, pick up and tell the student to write an essay, you know, about
and actually she also used the video.
Yeah.
Yes, but I just picked up one activity because I think it is the main activity that answer the question that we can apply Canagarajah theories to teach the student. Yes, Professor.
So in your part, did you read the details of the assignment that she assigned to students? Did you read about that?
Yes.
Or it will be another student or not? I mean, or it will be Taki or other student, or it is your about the detail of activities?
Yeah, let me check.
Is it in your question, your answer or not?
I think it's I think I finished my part. Yes.
Okay.
Is this too short?
That's okay. Because I assign you like that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And you will be back with another article, right?
Yes.
Okay. Next, please. So the next student, please.
Okay.
It's the next question. Is it Yilifang? I'm trying to recall your name. Yilifang, what is your another name?
And Vivian.
Yeah.
Okay, let me share my PowerPoint. And my question is, what is the first outcome can we expect from importing Canagarajah and other series? And the first outcome is that we learn the linguistic truth about standard English. And it is the dialect of the educated middle class, and because they have the money and power to do so, they label their dialects as correct or standard. And that's all about maybe how the standard English came into being, and about the about the formation of the standard English. Maybe several centuries ago, language became a class maker for English speakers, and so any dialects not spoken by the rich and power became tinted and labeled as lower class, under uneducated and incorrect. And however, linguistics tell us that all dialects are ruled, governed, and followed a grammatical system.
Let's go back. Let's go back to your first slide. Okay. Go back to your first slide.
Okay.
Okay, the first outcome is we learn the linguistic truths about standard English.
Yeah.
So what are the truths? What are something that you learn from standard English? So the next slide. Go to the next slide. The truth is that this is the first truth about standard English.
Yeah.
What is it?
Maybe the standard English, just maybe the rules of the standard English, just cited by the rich, who the power, who have the power, and they just labeled their dialects as correct and standard.
Yeah. So this one show that English or standard English is just a dialect. Okay, it's just a dialect, or it's just a language of whom? A language of educated middle class people, you know. The language of middle class people, the language of the people who have good education, right? People who have good education, and they have good education because of what? Because they are rich. They are rich. They are powerful. They can control the other country, right?
Yeah.
And so, and they said that their English or their standard English, it is correct. It's correct, and it is standard, correct and standard. Okay, this is the first thing that we can synthesize, or we can analyze, you know, the standard English.
Yeah.
I mean, in the past, not nowadays, in the past. Okay, next please, the next slide.
Yeah.
And this show again, about many years ago, right? Many years ago, when people use language, like use English, we use language, and the language is used for what? To show what? Class marker. What is class marker?
Maybe the how to say it? Class marker, just maybe the dialogue of the rich, the upper class. Yeah.
So this means if you use standard English, it's like you are in a first class, right? you will be in the first class. If you use not standard English, you will be the second or the third class, lower class. You will be lower class. Okay, that is a class marker for English maker. And so any dialect not spoken by the rich and powerful became tainted. So if other language, I mean global English, other Englishes, not from the rich people, spoken by poor people, spoken by not powerful people. So those English will be labeled as, or person will be labeled as they are lower class, right? They are lower class, they are uneducated, and their language is incorrect.
Yeah.
You know, this is about the past that the authors analyze. Okay, next please.
And linguistics tell us that all dialects are rule governed and follow grammatical systems.
Yeah, this is like the basic truth about language, that they have the grammar, right? Each language they have grammatical system. They have the rules of using the language. Okay, next please.
And Wheeler and Swalls explain, even though generations of teachers have corrected, maligned or disparaged any student language that varied from the standard written text, a different response to language becomes possible once we recognize that language comes in different varieties and styles, and each is systematic and rule governed. And Wheeler and maybe South just want to explain that maybe we can have how to say it, we can have different form varieties of English, different varieties and styles.
Okay, so Wheeler and Source said that as you are a teacher, an English teacher, when you teach students, you have to think about different variety of English. Have to think about word Englishes, and have to think about the style of Englishes. And surely, even though they are Chinese English or Thai English or Burmese English, they have some system. Those languages have system, and they have some grammar, some rule about that. So you should ignore those languages. You have to try to understand them. Okay, next please.
And this linguistic factor is key in helping students in any periphery to become upwardly mobile and still retain respect for themselves and for their heritage. And this maybe I just think of this sentence, just maybe this statement, just how to say, just want to explain that maybe all how to say it, maybe we have different varieties and styles of English, but we should hold a respect attitude to those kind of English.
Yeah.
To
first, the basic thing is you have to know that English or global English, they have some basic things like a rule. They have rules, they have grammar about that. That is the thing. and then you have to try to you have to pay respect to each other. You are a teacher and your student may be from different countries or from different dialects, okay, from different dialects. You should pay respect to them. Think about their culture, their way of life, you know, you have to think about that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. And English teachers routinely equate standard English with grammar as if other language varieties and styles one of language. Yet the child who speaks in a vernacular dialect is not making language errors. Instead, she or he is speaking correctly in the language of the home discourse community. And maybe as English teachers, of course, we should, how to say it, we should equate standard English, and we should teach our students the grammars, some linguistic knowledge. But at the same time, we also should admit that the existence of different language varieties and scales, maybe those varieties just maybe like grammar and systematic and root governed backbone of language.
Yeah, okay, again, these say that some English teacher balance standard English, okay, good grammar, right? Good grammar, good system, but not standard English. No have system, no have good grammar, no have good grammar. Some may think like that, but the author just warned the teacher to think that the child who speaks different English, they speak those style. Okay, we can say that they speak in the style because they have some background from their society, from their home, from their culture. Because the culture, because the society make them speak or communicate English in that way. This is the one that English teachers should be aware of. Okay. Go ahead.
And a major barrier for language students is that their teachers, administrators, parents, and the general public are not linguistically informed and still believe that varieties in language can be labeled as good or bad. A century-old stigma is difficult to change, but education has often achieved that goal. View and sort of definite maybe clearly in the following. While variation in language structure is always present, a different kind of variation lies in the public's attitudes toward language. And the standard English is often called good English, while non-standard English is considered bad. And these judgments are not based on linguistic ground, but on social political consideration. And also mentioned about how the standard English, maybe generally speaking, in most people's eyes, that when we learn English, we should learn the standard English, but in fact, maybe in our how to say that in the expanding circle, the English as a foreign language, just like in China, in Thai, and we can see that maybe sometimes, for example, in China, we often speak Chinglish, and maybe because of the language environment, and we don't have the opportunity to communicate with native English speakers, and so maybe we just communicate with each other by using the, how to say it, the non-standard English. But I think in fact that maybe we can understand the English from two aspects. One is about the linguistic, and the other is about the, how to say it, the communicative, how to say it, the communicative of the language. Yeah.
Community or environment, right?
Yeah, and maybe when we use English to communicate with each others, maybe sometimes we cannot express in a standard English, but if we can make the communication successful, it's okay. Yeah, that's my own.
Yeah.
opinion.
So now we think about the public attitude, you know, public attitude.
Yeah.
The public attitude, they, when they say standard English is good, non-standard English is bad, they say like this because they do not think about the system. They did not think that all English, they have the same system, right? All English, they have the same system. They have the same grammar and the same, you know, a range of words, a range of sentences. They have the same. But these people think good or bad, they just think about the society, think about their social, think about their politics, about the environment, as you said, think about their communities. They did not think about the basic system of English. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. And it becomes especially clear in light of Canagarajah's theory and a study of world Englishes that most English-speaking communities also have their own regional peripheries where residents speaking dialects are unfairly disparate. How ironic that judging a non-standard dialogue as a sign of lack of education actually reflects a lack of linguistic education. And maybe this is the conclusion of the first article. Maybe from the conclusion, we can see that we admit, how to say it, we first maybe the word English, the word English is just maybe we admit that there are many varieties of English, and maybe in different regions, people just use different variety of English to communicate with each other. And so maybe, and we have different dialogues, and we shouldn't judge, how to say it, we shouldn't judge, we shouldn't judge the, how to say that, the language competence of a person by whether he or she is using a word, standard English or other dialects. Maybe in their eyes, they just consider it's non-standard English or incorrect English.
Yeah. You should not say that non-standard English is
right.
Is what is the sign or show that you lack of education. No, you cannot say that. You cannot say that. Yeah. Or you say that they are bad English. Cannot say that. Cannot say that. Since East English or World English, they have their own regional peripheries. That means they have some style. Okay, let me say the style. They have the style of their own. Okay, next, please.
Okay, that's all about my first question, Professor.
Okay. You can please.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we take a break? Just a 5 minutes break, please. Okay. Just take 5 minutes break and we'll be back. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Thank you very
Professor.
much.
Sure.
Okay, we are back.
Yes,
And,
Professor.
First of all, you will present next, right?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Good morning, our professor and our classmates. Let me share my screen first. So anybody could see my screen here?
Yes, yes, of course.
Okay, so according to the article of Linda Shelton, importing Canagarajah global English. So before I move to my questions, I like to mention about the Mr. Wanchana, Miss Patanan, and Ili Wang said before, because it's linked together. So we move to that way. So this one, according to culture circles that we had, inner circle, outer circle, and expanding circle, that we are in the expanding circle. So that as you can see from the screen, the orange one, we are in the Asia continent, that we are expanding circle. And then this in the what? The gray one is from UK, so it's inner. Together with USA, the red one is like native speakers. And the last, the second circle is the outer. That means it's they are colonized from UK and USA, from the especially South Africa, for example, Nigeria, for example. So this is a outer. That's why we would say that the English learning is a global or world English nowadays. From the last three person that presented. So these are the attitudes related to the learning English. So welcome back to my questions. What's the second outcome can we expect from importing Canagarajah and other theories? According to Ili Wang, presented for the first outcome, the linguistic perspective is on teaching English, right? So for the second outcome is about the concept of human rights, could include language rights as well. No matter we are from inner, outer, or expanding circle, so we have rights to learn and speak English. So this is the including concept of my own understanding. I'm not sure that I'm right or wrong, sir.
Yeah, you come to the right track. Yeah.
Yeah, because
talk about the rights of human and the rights of language.
Yes, the right that as we are English teachers, so we can have the attitudes toward the varieties of language, especially English teacher. So based on the standard English to enable students to be better communicators in a world of using English, because English becomes the global lingua franca. That's we as all know that point for the human rights to use English. We actually, when we are young, when we were young, we seriously about the grammar, right? Because we start from writing grammar, but we didn't emphasize on speaking first. But actually, when we were young, when we talk with our parents, so we used speaking skill first. But in this way of Thai curriculum system of education, so we start from reading and writing first. So we will based on the standard English used on that time. But now for the rights, the human rights to use language, I think, in my opinion, no matter which one is good or not, we would have both standard and non-standard English mixed together. For standard English, we will use for officially documents for other organization, but for non-standard English, we can use for communication to make understanding all around the world with people all around the world. This is my understanding about this theory. So the rights for using language.
Good.
So, and in conclusion, offered Linda article that for the classroom, we will based on the standard English. Yes, of course, for among students, but for the outside classroom, the student have to develop the English language to communicative and negotiative for the real situation in the world of communication by using the English as a global lingua franca. That's my point that I understand of this the second outcome.
Yeah.
Sir.
Okay, good. You have a impressive PowerPoint. Rosamond, yeah, very beautiful. Okay, I will put some things on for the second outcome. Here say about standard English. Rosamond, do students of global English still need to learn standard English?
In my point of view, we still need to learn standard English, but in other case of communication, we can use a non-standard English like Tinglish, Singlish, Chinglish, something like this.
Yeah.
To make understanding is the best one. Is the most important one is understanding each other from around the world.
Yeah, like in Thai surroundings or in Thai environment,
Yes.
Ability to speak and write in standard English, right?
Yes.
If we can write, we can speak and write in standard English. Generally, it increases our opportunity for success, right? Opportunity for success, maybe success for communication, success in education, success in business.
Business, yes.
But one thing that I found here from this from the second outcome, something that we can change is change the way teacher treats students. Teacher treats student or teacher teach students who speak other home languages, and we can change our teacher attitudes about variety of English. So nowadays, teachers of English should change their attitude. They should not ignore the existence of global English. Okay, should not ignore the existence of global English, and should not say that the student who have some accent, home language or some accent should not say that they not speak good English.
Yes.
They not speak good English. Should not say that.
according to your mentioned statement, I agree that we cannot change the attitude that for the standard English still stability, but on the other hand, when we communicate, we can ignore about the standard English because we are from over the world. But no matter accents they are, so we can understand each other well or not. It depends.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. Okay.
Yeah.
And here I found this article say that there is another linguistic truth that is about identity of a person.
Yeah.
The identity is wrapped up in his or her own language, you know. So
Yes,
their
Professor.
own language show their identity. So in that case, the meaning is if they are not proud, you know, if they are not proud in their language, that is, they lose their identity. They lose
Yes.
their identity, you know. So each person should not forget your own
Your
language
identity.
or
Yeah.
your own identity.
Yes.
And
I
again,
agree.
yeah, if a teacher or if someone attack another language, language, that means you attack the person, attack his or her home, his or her home, or his or her community. You attack their roots and their heritage, you know, attack their roots and their heritage. So
Yes.
language is very significant.
Yes.
Don't attack or don't look
Yeah.
down any
Yes.
language. Don't look down any language. Okay.
So we have to respect each other, no matter the dialects are from. So we have to pay respect,
Absolutely.
not
Absolutely.
bias anymore.
Yeah. And again, I pick up from Wheeler and Sauce that that Jilipang just take, you know, this from Wheeler and Sauce in 2004.
Ah, yes.
This quote that as the teacher seeks to ignore another language, ignore another language and culture, a teacher, an English teacher,
It's danger.
did not pay attention to other language. It's like they did not pay attention to the culture. And if she or he did like this not only that she removed a link that could bring relevance to classroom life of the children, but she assailed the child's family and home community that's contributing to a barrier between the values of home and school. You know.
Yes.
That is, if the teacher ignore the background of a student, background about language, background about culture
differences.
Yeah, if a teacher do like that, it's like the teacher move a link, you know, move a link from a classroom to the student life, a link to student life, student family, student community, you know.
Yes.
You know, and this will, you know, will be a barrier
Yes.
to between home and school and language, right?
That's why we have to motivate the students all the time.
Right.
Yes, about English language.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
That's my point, Professor.
Thank you. Okay, next please. Next will be Tatya or will be whom?
Yes, it's me.
Okay,
Let me
the third
see.
outcome, right?
Yes.
It's by the third outcome, okay.
So sorry. Please give me 3 minutes.
Okay. 3 minutes to say the three Buddhist words. Bhutto, Dhammo, Sangho.
Professor, I cannot share my screen now because I use my iPad and no share screen bottom, and then I try to open on my computer. It's installing updates. It may
Okay.
use take time.
Okay.
Or you can
too
share the PowerPoint in PDF file. I can share for you, na, Ajahn Tatya.
Okay, let me try this.
It's up to you, ha. I can help.
Thank you.
Hello. How are you?อีกสัก15 นาที
Which one is convenient for you? I can help you to share the screen if you make it there on PDF file.
It's okay right now.
Okay,
Thank
ha.
you.
Right now, we can see you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you,ค่ะ. Okay. From my questions, it's about the third outcome,
The third
right?
outcome.
Yeah. That we can expect from the importing Canagarajah's global Englishes or the others and the other theories. As we know that Canagarajah's global Englishes theory suggests that English should not be seen as a monolithic or standardized language, but rather as a diverse and dynamic set of the practice that reflect local cultures and contexts. Not just only Canagarajah's theories, but the other mentions or describe about that as well. Let's see the first one. Merman, Jaswick, and Sullivan in 2005 described that the need of multilingualism to conclude about his ideas that a learning environment that value the students' cultures and languages that allows students to engage in activities where they can show their expertise and that capitalize on the students' linguistic and cultural experience will foster academic success. And also, he just applying these theories in a very practical way in the public school in South Texas. But unfortunately, as part of their study, they also found significant local hostility to languages other than English, and numerous examples were where people were denied language rights. Okay, this is for the first theories, not just only Canagarajah's theories. And the next one, they talk about the theories, the Rebecca Wheeler and Rachel Ford in 2004 have teamed up the theories and application to show that accepting home languages of students can be very successful in elementary school, or like code switching is a tool of language and culture transform the dialectically diverse classroom. They describe specific successes in teaching the different way the two dialects from plurals, possessive, and other forms. A key part of their curriculum is to use AAV literature. It's not only enriches the language experience, but children are able to practice code switching by contrastive analysis of this resource. And the literature also affirms respect for the home language. This is the theories of Rebecca and
Yeah, it is the
Dispense.
same as the beginning that you show. Just they emphasize on the significance or the importance of the children language, right? The children language or the children mother tongue language. I am thinking about as we are in Thailand, or we are in China, we are in Burma. When we teach English to our students, right? Teach to Thai students. Thai students speak Thai. Then we have to think about the difference, right? Show the difference between Thai language and English, like
yes,
the sequence, right? The sequence, like we say Thai, we say dek di, you know, noun and adjective, right? Noun and adjective. And in English, we say adjective and noun, you know. So we should not forget about this. We should analyze, we should show the difference between the student home language and the English language. Just link to each other. Then think about the other too. Think about the culture. Think about the society. This will help learning English to be successful. Okay, go on, please.
thank you, Professor. And the next theory is about Kim Lo in 2005, offers 7 strategies for fulfilling the promise of students' right to their own language. Resolutions that have been successful in a college composition class. This includes involving the students in discussion of the socioeconomics and politics that influence language policy. She also engages her students in discussion of linguistic concepts surrounding language, right? And has them analyze both the language in pop culture and minority poets.
Yeah, this is like a high school, not high school, college student, right? This teacher teach college student about writing, right? About composition, about writing. So have students discuss about the rise of language and the rise of people, you know, in the societies, like the minority, you know. So the teacher use the culture, right? Use the culture and the poem or the poem. The minority poet, you know, use these things for teaching English writing. And they also talk about the politics, talk about the society, talk about the economy of the student too. Okay, next please.
And this is the last one. Nancy Laurel Peterson in 2006 also shares method used in college freshman composition courses. When any grammar issue come up in class, she helps students identify the type of audience and propose when that language use would be appropriate. She uses labels such as grammar book or street. She also gets students motivated by making a game out of editing their papers. They get points of finding items to edit, but she gets points for finding items they may have missed.
Say by your own word, please. This teacher teach who are students.
Freshmen. In writing course, right?
college student, college freshman.
Yeah, college freshman. In writing
and
courses.
again, in writing course, and they discuss about what?
The method that used in the class.
About grammar. When
Yes, the grammar
they learn
class.
grammar, and what did the teacher help student?
Identify the type of audience and purpose.
Yeah.
In-
When they will they talk about the appropriate language, right? Appropriate language to use when you think about use with adults, use with children, use with officers, something like that. And she used the label. What is that? The label.
the grammar book.
Yeah. What is
Or-
that? What did you understand about grammar book and street?
It's a kind of the formal language and informal language.
Yeah, the grammar book is like a formal, right? Grammar book is like a formal or like a standard English. Standard English. You put you label grammar book. This is the language from grammar book, and this the informal language. You label street language, street language. Okay, and another game is, what is the game? What is another game?
Like finding the wrong one in the grammar, in the writing course.
They get points. The student will get the points when they are able to find items to change, right? The items to
Yes.
correct when they find that, and then get points from what? For the item that they may have missed. Okay, they did not think about. They did not think about. Okay, they get points for finding item to edit, but she gets point for finding item they may have missed. Okay, so the student get point for finding the word, finding the language to correct, and a student get point for finding item that they did not think about. They did not think about, or maybe the student did not generally the big group of students did not think about this word, but maybe one or two students can think about one word, and they will get extra points, something like that. That is this researcher teach college students about grammar and about writing, and they use the game to find some formal word, informal word that they can use in their real life.
Okay, and the last one is like the conclusion of the Canagarajah. He also has practical ideas for making a composition class multilingual. He encouraged not just code switching, but code matching, and used Geneva Smith Thurman's academic writings that include phrases of AAV as an example. He quoted Peter Elbow as advocating two goals. A good approach for handling contradiction is to introduce the dimension of time, to work for the long-range goal of changing the culture of literacy, and the short-range goal for helping students now. In addition to using time, Canagarajah's method is to add space through the code matching, even in academic writing, to ultimately change the culture of how we look at academic language.
Did you understand? Did you get that?
I have two questions. The first one is AAV. What does it stand for, Professor?
I have no idea. Maybe some academic or something, this we may not understand clearly since we have to read in detail, But about code switching is the way to communicate, right? The way to speak. You use this language, and then later with these people you use another language that is about code switching. So it is a way to learn the language. Code switching is the way to learn the language. Just you change the language to use according to the person you are talking to, or according to it is formal or informal, that is code switching. So the conclusion for this, Satya, can you conclude only maybe only one sentence that you can see from the third outcome at the beginning of the third outcome? What is that?
I'm not sure that I understand it all, but Canagarajah's theories is the big theories that the other theories like adapt or use it to how to say to be the reference from.
Yeah, and you can see that some researcher here, they talk about student home language, and the teacher teach English or teach the language by using student home language to be by integrating home language in the lesson. So with that, the outcome number 3 from this article, they said that when teachers help students make a bridge, right? Make a bridge or connect, when teacher help students connect linguistic or language, connect with what?
Connect with the
language and what come together? Let's move on. Language go hand in hand with what?
Culture.
Yes. Language and culture. So when teacher help students to link between language and culture, they can link. If they can do like this, both student and teacher are successful in learning language or in learning English, since they integrate language and culture together. Okay, this is the third outcome from Canagarajah concept or Canagarajah perspective. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Class, now we finish the first article, right? The first article from Canagarajah. So in the morning section, I will stop for only the first article. So in the afternoon, we will study about the research, that researcher studying about the attitude, right? The attitude that that has some somewhat some influence on the English learning language. Okay, so we will learn that in the afternoon. Right now it is 11:35, so I will have you take a rest like 90 minutes, right? 90 minutes. Okay, so we'll be back at about 13 at 13 or 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir. And shall we have group photos again before we have the break?
Okay.
All right, I will take part as a photographer.
Okay, good.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, have a good lunch and relax, for the high degree right now. Celsius
Thank
right
you,
now.
Professor.
ขอบคุณค่ะ
See you in
ขอบคุณครับ
afternoon.
สวัสดีครับ
Yeah, see you in afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon, Patanan.
Good afternoon ค่ะอาจารย์
I'm thinking about this morning that you
do I need
presented
some
about the what
the apply
outcome number 2, right?
no the
Not
question
outcome number 2.
no
Yeah, about
the outcome
the author apply
yes
Canagarajah critical pedagogy, right?
yes
Apply critical pedagogy to the essay of student.
yes
She would like to have student to think carefully and just not have the bias about the topic of writing. What are some examples? I mean, the experiment, it is called bias experiment, right? Bias experiment. And then, okay, Patana, please explain how did she assign the student to do activity?
okay so she divides students into small groups
Mhm.
and give each group a card and a piece of true information about her. Yes.
Okay,
And
for example, what
for
are those
exam-
sentences, the truth about the author?
yes, like
What is that? What are those?
like in just 3 months, the teacher visit the police station 11 times,
Okay,
or the
For this.
FBI. Yes.
for this sentence, 3 months and the teachers visited the police station 11 times. Okay.
Yes.
Generally, people, when they read this sentence, what people will think about it,
Think about like what happened
about
to
this
you?
sentence?
What happened to you while you visit the police station?
Or do
Model.
something mistake.
Yeah, do something.
that,
Yeah, do something
do
wrong.
some, yeah.
Yeah,
Or you
Against
make
the
feel
law.
someone.
do something wrong, something illegally, right?
Yes.
And then she has to pay the fine. Has to pay the fine to the police. Yeah, people will think like that. That is something that in your mind, or in, we can say, the attitude of people about police station, right? About police station. It is not the place that you should visit, right? For the police station, it's not the place you visit. So you should avoid, you should deny the police station. That is the first sentence. And the second sentence is, what is it? The
FBI.
FBI has
FBI has investigated the
The
teacher
teacher's
husband.
husband. Yeah, for this sentence, the student may link the two sentences about what?
About that why she visit the police station 11
Yeah,
times.
the student
right?
may think
Yeah.
her husband did
in
something
jail.
wrong, right? Her husband did something wrong. Her
Yes.
husband may not a good person, right? Her husband may not a good person. So why the teacher, the police just investigate the teacher husband? Okay. And the next one is while attending a church affiliated university, the teacher flunked a religious class. What is the meaning of flunk? F-L-U-N-K-E-D, flunked. What's that?
Flunk. I have to look at the dictionary.
Okay, take a look.
Flunk.
Does it has the same meaning as the word start with F? Flunk, F-L-U-N-K.
Fail.
Yeah, F, fail. So
Fail.
flunk is fail.
Fail.
So first we have to know the meaning of a church affiliated university. What kind of that university? From your experience, what do you think that kind of the university is? Because you see the word church, you see the word church,
Yes. So maybe
you see
it's
the word university.
university that about the religions.
Yeah, right. How about the school? The school in Thailand, like the secondary school. Can
Oh,
you recall some name of the school like that?
Assumption.
Assumption is not clear. It's not clear about church affiliate. What else? That we can you can say that is the church affiliate school, church affiliate secondary school in Thailand, and they are very good at football. They're very good football in Bangkok. What is that?
Silacha.
In Bangkok.
กรุงเทพคริสเตียน
Yeah, you're
yes,
correct.
Gongdae
You're
Christian.
correct. Christian. Yeah, Christian school, right?
Christian, yes,
So
Christian.
when you see the word church affiliate university, so and you went to that university, that means you are a student in that university. You go into that university, go to study in that university. So what should you be in that kind of university? What should the student be? What kind of student should be in that kind of university?
Good student.
Yeah,
Maybe
the student of church affiliate university. What characteristic they are?
Good behavior.
Yeah, they should be good behavior. And how about one thing that they should be very strict about that? What's that? Or they should have a lot of knowledge about that. What's that?
About language, about the religions.
Yeah, about religion,
Norm.
right? About
Yes,
religion. They should know a lot about that. Should know about Dhamma, or should know for the Buddhist, Dhamma, and for this about the lesson, the life lesson. But the teacher studied there, and the teacher failed, right? The teacher failed about the religious
The
part,
religious class.
the subject of religion. The teacher failed. So this, from just this sentence, the student may have some bad attitude, right? Bad attitude, a bad feeling about this. But exactly the truth, the something more about that is, what is that? How about the first sentence that she went to the police station 11 times for what?
She went to the police station to teach grammar and writing to the officer.
Yeah. I think Maybe Rosamond, she used to do that, you know, went to the police station and went to some office, some governmental office, and teach English to those people, like English for communication, right? English for the communication. I myself used to go to the office about agricultural officer, about animal officer, about postal officer, you know, to teach them English for communication. I used to do that. And for the police station, some teacher, I'm not sure, Rosamond or Mary used to go there to do something like this, just teach about communication to policeman, something like that. And how about what else? How about her husband?
Her husband had
Her husband was asked by the police
to get a security clearance for his job.
Yeah, just to
to
clear himself, right, about
Yeah.
his business about something. So he has to go to the to see the police. Yeah, these are something that the activity is called bias experiment, and the author have her student to write an essay about that. She wants to see what? She wants to see what?
see the bias toward was positive or negative.
Yeah, she wants to see about the bias or not.
Bias, yes.
Their thinking is positive or negative, you know. She wants to know about that. And she never tell that the full context, right? She never tell the full context to the student, and then she have students to discuss. And then later she found a lot of different results. Okay. And then yeah, she would like to see that how difficult to change other people bias, right? Or other people attitude. It is difficult. So this author said that I point out that we all have our hidden curriculum. So hidden curriculum is like the attitude, right? Like the attitude or like the thinking in yourself, you know, the thinking or about the belief in yourself. Okay. And I found one sentence that Canagarajah talk about the hidden curriculum. What is that?
Is called interrogate our hidden assumption, right?
Yeah, just discuss about the thinking. I cannot find that sentence that it is a good sentence, you know, a good sentence that say that the third line say that I get lots of different results, but I have always had a minority report, a chain of bias. Get a lot of reason, but about the chain of bias, she found just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The activity doesn't really prove anything, but does get their attention and focus their thinking, focus the student thinking on how difficult it may be to change someone bias. Why? Because we hear what we want to hear. I like this sentence. We hear what we want to hear and see what we want to see, right? So that means the bias or the attitude of each individual for something, you know, you want to see something that you expect, something that you expect. You want to hear something that you expect, or something that you think inside, the internal thinking. And let's say let's talk think about Tamil. What is Tamil? That Canagarajah talk about Tamil. What is Tamil? Tamil. Have you ever heard about that? Tamil. What is Tamil?
Tamil.
Vanchana, what is Tamil?
I've heard that before, Professor, but I'm not sure it's kind of group of people or kind of language.
It's a tribe of people, like in India, you know, maybe in India or in Malaysia, you know, it's a people and they have their language. Okay, so let's take a look. It said, if Tamil is becoming Englishized, that means the English from Tamil, they set their language to be Tamil language, to mean English. It could be said that local communities are getting even with English by Tamilizing it. That means the local just create their language, and about English only and standard movement, you know, and standard movement. That means for the people in the center, right? People in the center, they will say we have to use English only, and the English must be standard English, right? For the center people or the innermost, you know. And now for the Tamil people, they just create or they construct their own English. Okay. Okay, so we can conclude that the conception or the perspective of Canagarajah, the main of his perspective is what? What is the main perspective of Canagarajah about standard English and about global Englishes? Rosamond, I know you would like to share,
like
because you would like to sit on the two chairs, right? And Rosamond, would you like to
Yes,
sit on the two chairs? You don't need one chair. One chair is not enough. You would like to sit on two chairs. Okay, please share. Please discuss about that.
yes, for Canagarajah talk about like variety of English. Yes, and with the expect from importing other theories like to capture English for lingua franca or English for second language or English for international language. We can use it all over the world. It's up to the people's needs. Yes,
Okay.
that I got from Canagarajah theory.
Yeah, for the
It's
first
hard to pronounce his name.
yeah, I went to the internet or the Google Scholar, you know, they show how would you say the word, this word, how would you say? They say like Canagarajah, something like that, you know, Canagarajah, something like that, for this name, you know, for this name. And as I said this morning, he is a professor, you know, English professor about what is it? Linguistic,
Global
linguistic professor at University of America, you know, University of America. He learned a lot, or he has some books. He read some books and did a lot of research about world English. Yeah, for the first sentence, or the purpose of him is to defeat the monolingual state of mind, to encourage, not discourage, English linguistic diversity. That is the key of Canagarajah purpose to talk about world English. You know, he would like to get rid of. He would like the people to not think that only English, only standard English is English. You know, only standard English is English, but world Englishes are also English too, also a language, also language English. You know. So he used to encourage diversity of English language. Okay, that is about the morning. So this afternoon we will take a look at a research of a researcher. This researcher, she's a woman. I think she's a woman. She is in a linguistic department in America. Yeah, in America. But she used to teach in Japan. She used to teach English in Japan for maybe 4 or 5 years, something like that. And then she would like to see the attitude that has some effect on global English, and she would like to see some factors that has some effects on global Englishes. Okay, so for the journal of this article, what is the journal? Did you find it? Someone, did you find the journal of this article? The one that the Microsoft one that I show you, that is it's like the draft or the material that she prepared to submit to the editor, to prove or to read and to consider, and then this article or this research will be put in a journal, and now it is put in a journal. That journal is a high ranked journal. What is the name of the journal? Did you find it?
World is a World and Global for ELT journal.
No, it's not that. That is the word that I just put. That is the word that I just put.
Elsevier.
Yeah, Elsevier.
Elsevier.
It's a kind of a group of publishing, but the real name, the exact name of that journal is, what is it?
Linking Hub. No.
No. The exact name is
Elsevier.
system.
Science Direct.
System.
Oh, system.
Okay. The exact name of that journal is System. 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 Volume 41. You can paste this address and you put in a link on the internet, and then you can see the original one. I say like that. Original one that in the internet you can see that it is System Volume 41. System Volume 41, and issue number 3. Issue number 3. It is publicized in September 2013. 10 years ago. 10 years ago. On page 786 to 803. Okay. And the author name is, what is the author name?
Nicola Galloway.
Good. Nicola
Galloway.
Galloway. And the full title is what?
Global
Galloway.
English and English language teaching, bridging the gap between theory and practice in a Japanese context.
Yeah,
Yes.
you are good. You're good. Yeah, that's correct. That is the full title, and you can see the author, and you can see the journal. Okay. Okay. Now we know the title. We know the author. Okay. Then go to the first question about this. Okay. And who will present about that?
Maybe I think it's my turn, Professor.
Okay. Okay.
The first 3 questions are mine. Okay. Please allow me to share my slides again this evening. Oh, this afternoon. Okay, here it is. Can you see that?
Yeah, we
Yes.
see it clearly.
All right, 10 pages right here. Okay, start from the topic that I've got from the second assignment. All right, world English, theoretical perspective. The first question that I've got right here, okay, what's the purpose of this study? So the answer, okay, based on the text, the paper, I found that this study its aims want to investigate attitudes toward English and ELT, and to what extent global English's instruction influences these perceptions. They can divide into 3 questions. First, what are English learners' attitudes towards English? 2, how do these attitudes relate to the learning English? And 3, to what extent does global English's instruction influence these perceptions? Right. I can say that these are the main purpose with 3 questions of the study, Professor.
Yeah, the first one about standard English, right? The first one is about attitude towards standard English.
Yes, attitude.
The second, attitude relating to learning English. Okay.
That's
And the
right.
third one about the teaching English, and the perception of standard English and global Englishes. Okay. Okay, good. Let's go to another.
Yes. Next question is, what are the reasons to do this research? Okay, I found that as this statement mentioned in the article, the native English speaker episteme continues to dominate in English language teaching or ELT, despite a growing body of research stressing the need of change in the light of the rise of English as a lingua franca. There are two things that can be the lesson in this research. First, what perceptions English learners as major stakeholders have in relation to the socio-linguistic realities of English, and two, how these relate to learning English.
Yeah, you can see from the introduction, you can see that native English speakers, you know, it's like they dominate, right? They dominate other English, other English or like global Englishes. They dominate, and so and the link to ELT, link to ELT. That's so in LT for native speaker, they just see that you teach students to learn English, you must teach standard English. You must teach standard English to the learner, and then there are a lot of research, a lot of study that they want to change because to change this concept of English only. They want to change the concept of English only because nowadays people just apply English as a lingua franca. That means people just communicate around the world through English with their accent. I would like to say like this. They speak English from their accent, from their home language, or from their culture. You can see something based on their culture, their accents. Because of this, so researcher would like to change this, not English only, want to change to study global Englishes. Okay, next please.
Let's move to the third question. Okay, right here. Form 2.1, Global English Research and ELT. What are Global English Research and ELT? Okay, so the question from this question, right, based on the literature review from the fourth page, that is, you can find 2.1, okay, right here. It said that today English is used all over the world by people of different lingual cultural backgrounds. English has permeated into the daily lives of people in places such as Japan. This is the the context that the author mentioned in the article, right? Kashu's classification also mentioned or refer in this article. It's talk about English speakers. There are 3 circles, right? Inner, outer, and expanding. It can say, or it's simplified as a native language, second language, and use English as a foreign language. This model has been influential in raising awareness of the diversities of English. Thus, the term expanding also implies a process of growth.
So the study about global English, right? The study about global English. What did they study? And the researcher read Gachuru first, right? About his significance theory about concentric circle, right? About concentric circle. So they did they did some research, some study about that. And the other, they study about ELF. ELF here stand for what?
ELF.
English as a foreign language.
English as a lingua franca.
Yeah, English as a lingua franca. English as a lingua franca. So, like what? Like Jenkins, Selhofer, you know, this researcher, they study about EFL, or English as a lingua franca. And what did they found? They found about what? They are not just errors caused by different first language background. They found some error from the first language background. That is like us. Our background is Thai people, right? And Yuan is about Chinese because of the background. So found some error about that. But they just use their language, their English in speaking to communicate with each other. And then what else? And found that there are many people, many authors, they wrote books about EFL. English as a lingua franca. They wrote books about that. Like the one that used to be here, and this May he will be here too. Who is that? That author that is very well known about world Englishes.
With Professor Masuda.
Yeah, Professor Masuda. He wrote a lot. He wrote book. He did researches, and he wrote article. He wrote article about world Englishes and about how to apply world Englishes in the classroom. He wrote with our Sakov about, and with Sharifan. Okay. Yeah. Like in your the third paragraph, we talk about in the past they study about how to use world Englishes in the classroom. And what is the last paragraph of your?
Okay, right here. This shows an increasing the linguistic, cultural, and functional diversity associated with English. The acceptance of ELT and pedagogical practices in classroom where English is taught as an international language.
Yeah. So people just be aware of language, aware of culture, be aware of diversity, and they apply in the classroom, English classroom, and it is taught world Englishes as an international language. Okay, good. Next, please.
Research finding raised questions about how ELT should be approached. This one of the scholar in the article mentioned, that is Jenkins. And next in this quotation, research findings in ELF, okay, English as lingua franca, have major implications of multitude of common beliefs and assumptions about what is sanctioned as good practice by the profession. Necessity for language learners to be exposed to the diversity of English to better prepare them to use English globally. There have also been calls to raise awareness of English as lingua franca in classroom, include communication strategy, accommodation skills through multilingual approach.
Okay. These are research and some articles about in ELF, okay, and linked to English language teaching. Next, please.
One thing that I noticed as professor like this work, right? Research. But why do they normally use double R? It's not my fault, classmates. I found
Really?
this in the article, right? There are many times they use like this, double R, like this.
I think they may like imply that a lot of studies or a lot of research, you know, a lot of study and a lot of research was done by researcher about EFL. They just show something like a plural, something like that, you know. I think they will have to show that.
Okay, thank you. Next, the importance of presenting students with the social linguistic facts of the spirit of English around the world before they make their choice on what is relevant to them. This stated by Jenkins. And can proposal support the recruitment of more non-native English teachers, or what Kirkpatrick calls multilingual English teachers, or METs, and also question the suitability of current ELT considering the changing demographics of English speakers around the world, mentioned by Kogo and Dewey.
So let's go back to the proposal. What is Kirkpatrick say? What did Kirkpatrick say about proposal?
They call the recruitment of more non-native English teachers.
Yeah, Kirkpatrick propose or suggest that in the present time we should have more and more non-native English teachers, not only native teachers. You know, we should have more and more non-native English teachers, and Kirkpatrick say multilingual English teachers. And then after that, he said the question about the present ELT. What is that? What did he mention about that?
Suitability of current ELT considering the changing demographics of English speakers around the world.
So what is that? What does it mean? It's linked to the second paragraph that we just discussed. It links to that.
The question may be related to the suitable of using METs, multilingual English teacher, in ELT, in language teaching. Probably.
This Kirkpatrick proposed to have more non-native English teacher. Why he proposed like that? Because nowadays the demographic is number of English speaker around the world is increasing or decreasing?
Increasing.
Yeah, that means the world Englishes are increasing. World Englishes are increasing. So if we have only native English speaker teachers, only native English speaker, first, if the number is not enough for native English teacher. And the second is because of the background, the culture of each country or different people in different country, that they speak English, they speak world Englishes. They are different. They have some different. And surely you can see the difference of accent, right? Accent of English around the world. So we should not have only native English speaker. We should have more and more non-native English teacher to teach ELT.
Because of many factors that Professor mentioned. Thank you, sir. Few pedagogical proposals have been tried and tested, and that appear to be a theory practice divide. In addition, the next esteem continues to dominate ELT practice, particularly in contexts such as Japan, where English may not have official status, but it is increasingly become foreign language. In the same place, in Japan, it is the only foreign language option in most schools, compulsory in primary schools. It only subject tested on all university entrance exam, and increasingly being used as the medium of instruction in Japan universities.
Do you think this situation is the same of some country?
Some country around here.
Yeah,
in
the same country as in Thai.
Yeah, in Thailand.
And how about you, Dilibang? How about you in China?
Yeah, also the same.
The same situation like this, right? The same situation like this. Because we can say that this like a native English speaker or native English speaker teachers dominate or control English language teaching classroom. They control over that. Okay, so what's next?
Okay, continue to the previous slide. All right, in the context of Japan, right, introduced as an official working language in many Japanese companies, like here, right? Some company that mentioned Uniqlo and Rakuten. Next, the growing number of foreign residents for using ELF usage. And this is the number of foreign tourists who visit Japan. This is a number for foreign students who study in Japan, right? Only in 2011. Such a changing socio-linguistic landscape highlights the need for reevaluation of English language teaching practice.
What does it mean for the last sentence?
The change of using English in many factors, right? In how can I say, in society that affect the need to develop or to improve English language teaching.
Yeah, we have to think carefully to evaluate. We have to evaluate English language teaching right now in our class, in our like a Thai classroom or Chinese classroom or Burmese classroom. We have to evaluate to see some advantages and some disadvantages right, of ELT right now.
Mm.
And then if we found some disadvantage or something is not something inappropriate, okay, maybe it's strong word, to say the word inappropriate. If we see something inappropriate, we can improve, we can make it better, right? We can make it to match with the change, in nowadays world. Okay, next please.
That means make it most suitable in English language teaching based on the situation, right, in Japan.
Yeah, in Japan and in other countries, like in our country, in Thailand, in China, in Myanmar.
Yes, here we are, the last slide for me. In Japan, there does appear to be an awareness of the role of English as a lingua franca, and the government action plan recognized that English acts as the common international language, although the same document refers to nets who provide a valuable opportunity to learn English. However, despite the rhetoric of learning English for international or intercultural communication, students are still presented with an ideology that only natives speak good English. Thus, research is crucial to help support such pedagogical proposals.
Yeah. So in the nation level, like in Japan, they have the action plan, right? Their plan to about English. English is the common international language, and so they have to study English because we can apply English in communication around the world. So the Japanese government just put this policy in their action plan. Okay, and then for the student, when asking students, they ask about their idea or about their attitude. What are their answer?
Only NES. NES stand for native English speaker that speak good English.
Yeah.
Also few students that can use English. Good.
Right. Like here, Japanese student, they just answer that the person who speak good English is native English speaker. So in this case, this research set up with the purpose to find something that we can use to improve our teaching methodology. We will find something from asking the student, and then we use that result to improve our English teaching methodology. That's all for you, Vandana.
That's right, sir. That's all.
Okay, good. You did a good job. Okay. So
Thank
this
you.
is we can we know that about the objectives of this study and about the introduction of this research. The context is Japan classroom, and then the researcher focused study about the attitude, because she believed that the attitude reflects the attitude has an effect on teaching. Okay, good. Let's go to Next presenter, please. Next topics.
Yes, it's me. So I will talk about the question number 4 and number 5. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, so the question number 4 is we'll discuss about the attitude towards English and global English. Okay, so this article said that teachers need to be aware of learners' attitude to improve lesson planning and course implementations. Researchers have looked at the student attitude toward native English and non-native English, with the most concluding a preference for the former. So the importance of familiarities may also influence attitude toward native English, although this wasn't investigated. So the language learners' attitude toward native.
Let's take a look at your second paragraph.
Yes.
Researcher, okay, let's go back to the topic first. This topic is about you have to discuss or you have to answer about researchers that study about attitude toward English or native standard English, attitude towards standard English, and attitude towards global English or world Englishes. Okay, and this sentence says researchers have looked at student attitude toward native English, that is standard English, and non-native English, that is global Englishes. And the finding is, with most concluding a preference for the former. What's that? What does it mean?
It means that the student attitudes prefer to study with the native English.
Yeah, found that students prefer standard English to non-standard English or about global Englishes. They have attitude like this because of what? For your red word. Because of what?
Because
they have this kind of attitude.
Because they have like familiar with the native English.
Yeah, that factor is about familiarity. The student, they are familiar with standard English. They are familiar with native speaker. Okay, so they like they like standard English better than global Englishes. Okay, go to the last paragraph.
Yes, and language learner attitude towards native English are complex structure influenced by the number of different factors, including familiarity with the native English, personal experience, race, self-perceived proficiency in English, exposure to English, and evaluations or abilities of Japanese. So this paragraph mentions about the factors that toward the language learner attitude about the native English. So the factor is include with the familiarity with the native English and the experience, the race, and the
what does race mean?
เชื้อชาติ
It's like a nationality, right?
Yes.
The nationality. And how about self-perceived proficiency in English?
How they use the English is the level of the proficiency they use English in daily life.
Yeah, this one is about the students look back at themselves. They look back at themselves and they rate the level of English ability. They rate their English ability. They are poor or they are good, something like that. Exposure to English, what's that?
Exposure to English means like
Expose is like open.
uh,
The exposure to English, what is that?
like they have like open mind to learn the English form.
Not about mine.
uh,
About learning English.
learning.
About learning English, like they have a chance to learn with native speaker or learn with non-native speaker, or how often they use English, something like that. How often they use English in the classroom or at home? Can they use English in at home, or where can they learn English? Where can they learn English, or where can they employ English? Okay. Next, please.
Okay. And the study have looked at teacher attitude toward global Englishes, but only a few have looked at specifically at student attitudes. So this the researchers mentioned that the study have looked about the teacher attitude about the global English, but just a few that look for the student attitudes.
Yeah. This researcher, I think for her introduction, is good for you to to take a look or to be example. Whenever you want to do the research, you have to look for the research gap, So when you read introduction of this research, you can see that she mentioned the gap of research that did in the past, and she found some gap, and she would like to fill in the gap by doing this research. So she said, in the past, research study about the teacher attitude, but few of them study about student attitude. So my study or my research, I would like to study about the student attitude. Okay. Go to the next paragraph, please.
Yes, and they all show similar preference for native English, and some events suggest that more exposure to global Englishes is needed to raise student awareness of the diversity of English.
Okay,
so
explain, please.
Yes, so the student show not student sorry. So the study show the result that are the similar preference for native English, and also some study suggest more about you to study about the global Englishes, which is needed to raise student awareness of diversity of English. So that's why we have to study student attitudes toward the global Englishes.
Yes. The author said that right now we have to encourage the student to know that now there are a lot of English, there are a lot of English spoken in this world, that is global English, and there are some differences. So you are, as a student, you should know about that. Not only standard English. We have different Englishes. We have different people all around the world who communicate with their English. Communicate with their English. Okay, next please.
So let's move to the question number 5 that we will discuss about the attitudes toward English teachers. So that is a little research that on how to incorporate a global English perspective into an ELT course, or the possible influence it may have may have on learners' attitude. So this will talk about the research that study or to investigate on how to incorporate a global English perspective in ELT course. Yes.
So what is the meaning of incorporate here?
Incorporate.
What is it? Do you think it has the same meaning as integrate?
Integrate, yes.
Yeah, it is. I think it has similar meaning to integrate. So are there a lot of research that integrate global English perspective into English language teaching? Yes or no?
No. That's it, just a little.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's just a little. There's just a little. Or about the influence of global English on the learner attitude or native or standard English on learner attitude. They have few research, you know. So yeah, as I said, this is the way that you write and to convince the readers that you did this research to fill the gap. You want to fill the gap of the past research. They did not do this. So for my turn, I would like to fill the gap of that. Okay. Okay, go on to the second paragraph, please.
Yeah. So however, interest in this topic is growing, and some recent studies showcase the development of global English courses. Yes. So it means that this topic, the global English perspective is like growing. So some studies show that they have some development about the English global English courses.
Yeah, they create some new courses about global Englishes to use in the classroom. Okay, next please.
Yeah, the research show that students have positive attitude towards native English speaker teachers, and that NAEST is non-native English speaker teachers. They are favorable for speaking and pronunciation skills.
Yeah,
So,
this is interesting, and I think okay, I would like to ask Yili Wang, is it true about China?
Yeah, maybe.
This research shows that students have positive attitude. Students like native English speaker teacher, and the students say for their teacher, like a Thai teacher or Japanese teacher or Chinese teacher, they are good in what? Non-native or native here? Patanan. And that in here is non-native or native.
And
next, and that this is what is it?
Okay.
You know, because of the picture cover, I cannot see. Okay. The N here is what is it?
N.
That is NESTS. And how about after that?
Oh, okay. It's this one. This one is non-native English speaker teachers.
Yeah. So as I said, so Thai teacher Thai student may say that Thai teacher has pronunciation, speaking and pronunciation good, you know. I think maybe not. Maybe not. I think Thai teacher, students think Thai teacher are good at grammar, right? At teaching
Yeah.
grammar, teaching reading, teaching grammar, teaching reading. You know, I think they think like that. How about you, Idewang? How about Chinese student? What do they think about Chinese teacher?
Maybe for oral spoken English, they just want to have the native speaker teachers. But for example, for grammar, for reading comprehension, how maybe for example to learn reading strategies, maybe we can. They think the non-native English speaking teachers are better because we can explain the grammar, the reading strategy in our native language, and maybe it is easier for them to understand the rules of the language.
Yeah, so in that case, I think for Thai student and Chinese student, they have the same attitude, you know. But here, I think maybe Japanese student, they think that their teacher are good at speaking skill and pronunciation skill. They said like that. So it seems, is it true? Okay, go ahead, Tadanan.
Yes, and however, the possible influence of the student proficiency on attitude sport race in Becky.
Yeah, so for these researcher,
yes,
they study about what? What did they study?
Study about the possible influence of the student attitudes.
Student
Yeah.
proficiency on attitude.
Yeah, attitudes, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Say like this. They studied about the influence of native speaker teacher and non-native speaker teacher have some influence on the student proficiency, some student proficiency and student attitude, you know, have some effect on that. Okay, next.
Yes, and previous research suggests that most language learners value native English and prefer to follow a NES model. But this data reveal a little about what influence attitudes. Yes.
Explain, please.
So they the previous research just study about the learner value the native English and follow the NES model, but the data review just about the influence attitudes, not much. So the researcher interest to study or to investigate the what influence attitude about the English teachers.
Yeah. So the meaning is that the student just like the native speaker teacher, and they would like to follow everything, like their accent, their speaking, you know, they would like to follow that. They are good model of speaking, you know, and about, yeah, and they give good value to native speaker. I myself, when I was young or when I was teenagers, the thing that popped up in my mind is I like the student, like a Thai, like the Thai person who can speak English fluently and speak native like, you know, that is my idol. I would like to see, and I would like to be able to speak native like, or like a native speaker. That is my attitude or my idol about that. It's similar to this. Okay, next, please.
I finished.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Okay. Okay, go ahead to next, please. Is it you, Idewang?
Yeah, Professor.
Hmm.
And I just want to answer number 6 and number 13 question. And number 6 question is about discuss about the purposes, setting, and data collecting of the study. And the question 13 is what factors influence the people's attitudes? And first about the purposes, setting, and data collection of the study. The purpose of the study. The purpose of the study was to investigate attitudes towards English and ELT, and to what extent global English's instruction influences these perceptions. It is the purpose of this study. Yeah. And the setting of the study, and the study just used a mixed method to do the research. And first about the questionnaire, and the participants of the study is 52 English major, and 23 global Englishes, and 29 non-global Englishes. And another method is about interview. And in this part, 4 English learners are at a private university in Japan.
For what? For student, for participant, for what?
4 English learners at participants.
Yeah, participant is in
Interview.
which section? Interview, right?
Yeah.
Interview only for students.
Yeah.
But 52 students answer the questionnaire, right?
Yeah.
52 questions. 52 people answer the questionnaire. 23 people, they are global Englishes. That means that they are not native speaker. And 29 non-global English. Oh,
English.
23 global Englishes and 29 non-global Englishes.
Yeah.
So what does it mean? What does it mean for this? What is non-global Englishes? What is that?
Non-global English in the following part here.
The answer is here.
Yeah, the first
which one is global English and which one is non-global English?
Here, the first are the global Englishes, and
global English. Their measure is about what?
On tourist.
Yeah,
English.
their measure is about tourists.
Tourist.
Okay.
Yeah, and
non-global English. Their measure is what?
Non-global English.
What are their measure? Or what are their programs?
English
in they are all English major.
All English major, but study
English,
different measure.
Different.
Right?
Yeah.
I think that they have something sorry, something explaining about this. Something explaining about the global Englishes and non-global Englishes. Okay. And they have similar format.
Yeah.
What is that similar format?
Maybe the how to say it, the lesson plan are just the similar.
Mm-hmm.
The design. the course design is similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they are taught and assessed also in the similar curriculum.
Yeah. For the assessment, they
Yeah.
assess the same things.
Yeah. And based on the pedagogical proposals put forward in the literature and aimed to raise students' awareness of the concept of global Englishes and their confidence as speakers of an international language.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just ask them about teaching and learning English, you know, and then ask them about the confidence of speaking English. Okay. Next, please.
And they also kept a listening journal each, where they listen to speakers from different countries and participated in and reflect on ELF exchange.
What is that? What is listening journal?
Maybe I think how to say it. This one also a method to improve their English competence.
For the content of their studying, I think for the content of the studying, they study about listening too. They study about listening, and the researcher have them listen to speaker from different countries. Speaker who speak English, but they are from different countries, and have the student to listen to those, maybe tape or maybe something, you know, some listening test.
Yeah.
Okay, next, please.
And about the data collection of the study, and a pre and post questionnaire was administered at the start and end of the semester. And section 1 covered background information. 2 and 3 focused on attitudes towards English and ELT. And that's all about the questionnaire. Before the semester and at the end, at the beginning and end of the semester, maybe the students will take a questionnaire.
So in general, we will have the pre and post test, right? In general, we will have the pre and post test for our students. But here, the researcher study by the instrument is pre and post questionnaire. So they use the questionnaire similar to what? To get the data. Use the questionnaire to get the data. It serve as what? As the pre-test and post-test, right? They serve as the same purpose. They use the questionnaire before the intervention, and they use the questionnaire, the same questionnaire, after learning. And then the researcher just explained about the questionnaire. How many parts of the questionnaire?
There are 3 parts, 3 sections. Yeah.
3 sections. What is the first section?
Yeah, and here about the construction of the questionnaire. And the questionnaire includes questions related to attitudes towards English, include the past and present experiences using the language with non-English speakers and non-native English speakers and non-native English speakers. and attitudes towards such experiences, perceived future usage of English, and also varieties of English they regard as attractive and those they would like to imitate. That's all about the question, the section about the question related to attitudes toward English. And another section is about a question related to ELT, include attitudes on the proficiency of native English speaking teachers and non-native English speaking teachers. Also including motivation for learning the language and the countries they would like to have English teachers from, the native English speaking teachers, and the Englishes and speakers represented in ELT materials, and their ultimate goals and preferable skills for English teachers. That's all about a question related to ELT.
But the first section is about what? What is the first section about? For this question?
Attitude.
You just go back to the last slide and you can see the first section is about what? Click it, okay? So the first section is about look at the third and the fourth line.
Background information, students.
Yeah, about background. Like what? Can you give example like what?
The background of the students, for example, maybe about their culture, about their how to say it, politics knowledge, or some other things. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it should include something that you want to know, you know, something that you want to know, something related to ELT, something related to global Englishes. It may be about genders, about ages, yeah, about what? About the length of studying English. How long did you study?
Yeah.
Something like that, you know. Okay, go ahead, please.
And about the interview, 2 interviews from both courses were randomly selected from a class list to conduct interviews in week 13. And so we can see that the interview just how to say it, we just do the interview in week 13.
Okay,
And
I think they have something that they may put in the background information. That background information they talk about TOEIC. What is that? TOEIC. What did the researcher talk about that?
TOEIC.
Yeah. They select the
they select
the
their
participant.
students.
They select the participant from their TOEIC
score.
From their TOEIC score, and the TOEIC score that those participants had. What is that? What is that score?
707. 707.
Yeah. Is it high? Is it high?
Yes, so high if compared with Thai students.
Yeah, it's rather high, because the full point is what? What is the full point?
990.
990. Yeah, 990
Yes.
is the full point. And these participants, they earn about 707 till something. They earn
78.2%.
Okay, so I think their English is good. Their English is good.
Yes.
But as we have read this article, when they about their interview, it's found that their speaking is not fluent, right? You can see from their interview that their speaking is not fluent. I think this is similar to Thai students. You know, they may be able to take good grade from listening, you know, and reading, right? For the TOEIC is about listening and about reading. They take good grade, but for speaking, they did not speak fluently. Okay, go ahead, please.
And the use of qualitative methods help minimize the limitations of the number of participants and the single setting of the study. That's all. That's about the qualitative method.
What is the qualitative method? What is that?
The interview.
Okay, the
Interview. Yeah.
Okay, next, please.
And after explaining the purpose of the study, addressing terms of confidentiality and explaining the format, the interviewees were invited to talk freely about their English language learning history, motivation, and teachers of English. And the second part of the interview employed a semi-structured approach to ensure coverage of the main themes and consistency between interviews.
Oh yeah. The second part of the interview employ a semi-structured approach. What is that? What is semi-structured approach? You learn from the research class, right? You learn from the research class, and you make the interview form, right? Interview form, and you have the semi-structured form. What is that? Is it the full form? Semi-structured form, is it the full form?
Semi, half, maybe.
Not full, right? It's not full. It's not full. That means you prepare some question. You prepare some question to ask your student, but not the whole question. Some question. So we can say semi-structured interview form. Semi-structured. You set some question to ask your student, because you want to make sure that your question is cover the significant topic that you would like to ask, you know. Okay, next, please.
And it should be noted that the researchers, as not only Western native English speaker teachers, but also the class teachers, and may have influenced the teacher. And that's all about maybe the influence of the teachers. However, familiarity with the setting and the research context ensure that the researcher was more readily accepted than an unknown researcher may have been. And additionally, efforts were made to integrate data collection as obtrusively as possible, and teaching behavior remaining consistent throughout the semester, regardless of whether or not data was being collected. A neutral position was also adopted during class activities and discussions on global English related topics and issues. And this part just maybe talk about the influence of the English teachers to the study.
Yeah, when you do a study, when you are a researcher, you do a study, you have to be fair. You have to be fair with your participant, right?
Yeah.
To be fair with them, polite, but to be neutral. To be neutral, no bias. Yeah, no bias with your participant. So that is the, you know, the way that you do the research. At the beginning, you must talk about the confidentiality. What is that, Rosamond? What is confidentiality? Rosamond,
Yes,
when
Professor.
before you do the research with your student, you have to talk about confidentiality, or you have to ask for what before you do the research with them?
We have to aware about their background.
Okay. What else?
And
what else? That
the
nowadays,
language that you
nowadays in our university, before you do the research, you have to show what to the committee? You have to show what about the
the
research?
problem.
No, not about that. About
IRB.
confidential.
Oh, IRB, yeah.
IRB.
Right?
Huh?
Right.
Oh, IRB. Yeah, yes. To make with the people, right?
Yeah.
To do
Yeah.
research with people. So we have to show the IRB. Yes.
Yeah. Generally, you have to ask for permission.
Permission. Yeah.
From the student. If they are young,
Yeah.
so then you may have asked permission from their parent, right? From the parent, you have to do that, and you have to do it by thinking about morality, right? You have to think about morality.
Yes.
To do with the people, to do research with
Yes.
people. So confidential is about that, about morality, about something that you tell the participant that you will not open, not distribute the finding or show something to the others. No, not about that. Yeah, their answer must be confidential.
Confidential.
Not be that. Okay, so this one is talk about that. Talk about the process of doing the research. Okay, go on, Jidibang.
Okay, that's all about question 6, and then about the last question: factors influencing English learners' attitudes. As we know that maybe a number of factors influence English learners' attitudes, and in the study, they also just mentioned about the learners' study, the attitudes maybe will influence learners' attitudes, including the use of their native English as a yardstick, investment in native English, and the learner's motivation, familiarity, and ELF experiences, stereotypes, future goal, and previous experiences using the language.
Yeah, these are factors influencing the learner's attitudes. The first one, is seem the significant one, is the use of native English as a yardstick. What does it mean? Wang, what does it mean about that?
Means the standard English.
They use English as a standard for what? Use a standard for what? And this is affect the learner's attitude.
Maybe they just emphasize more about the, how to say it, the standard English.
Yeah, it's like so yardstick is like a ruler, right? A ruler for measure, right? For measure your ability. So the global English learners like us, we are global English learner. We learn global Englishes, but when we are tested, we must have the ability of native English or standard English, right? Standard English will be a ruler or will be a yardstick to measure our ability. Okay, you have to speak native like, right? You have to speak native like a TOEIC, TOEIC, they have something like that. If you are 900, if you get 900, you are native like people or something like that, they will say like that. So they use standard English to measure your ability. And then you have to use English for business in native English speaker country, right? You go to have business, so you have to have good English. About motivation, you would like to what? You would like to work abroad, or you would like to have houses. You would like to be, you would like to get green card, American green card, something like that. What is stereotypes? This is about speaker one, Wang. Stereotype is about speaker. No, it's not. It's not about the speaker. It's not the loudspeaker. What is stereotypes?
Maybe just about the learning materials. For example, the video or some other, how to say it, the teaching media.
No, it's not about that. Not about teaching media, not about it.
Stereotypes.
The meaning is about a common thing about that language. Common or about general of that language.
Yeah.
Like stereotypes or about the your expectation. Like I expect, okay, my stereotype about Chinese English is like from you, right? Because you are Chinese. So this is your stereotype of English, of Chinese English is like this, it's like this. And from me, from Rosmond, from Patanan, Wantana, Taki, these are Thai English stereotypes. Thai English stereotypes. It is in characteristic like this, that is a stereotype. Okay. How about the other?
And the other just maybe some detail about the factor we mentioned about the detailed information about the yardsticks and about the investment to how to say it, the investment in native English and EFL experience, just some detailed information about the factors we mentioned about. Yeah.
Ambiguity in attitude, what's that? And ambiguity in attitude. What is that?
Maybe as the how to say it, we are just in the expanding circle, and maybe sometimes we just maybe when we learn English, sometimes we will confused, or we cannot understand the how to say the speaking, the language that native speakers speak, and so the ambiguity, just maybe some misunderstanding or some we can see that.
Okay, okay.
Course.
It's about attitude. For example, okay, you will see the detail after this. You will see the detail about the ambiguity. It means the attitude that is not clear. The attitude is not clear. You know, maybe at the beginning, the researcher asks you, do you prefer native speaker or non-native speaker? At the beginning, you say, oh, I like native speaker. I prefer native speaker. But then later, you will ask again the same question, and you say, oh, I prefer non-native speaker. Yeah. So this is the ambiguity in attitude. It's not clear about your attitude. It's same. You are not sure about yourself. You know, you are not sure about yourself. You like this, and then you also like this, something like that. You know. Okay, go on, please.
And the last one is and despite complex attitudes towards non-native English, all fulfill that communication is easier and perhaps more enjoyable with non-native English speakers. And
What are you thinking, Yilibang? What are you thinking about? Again, so from the result, you know, these four participants, they have positive attitude towards native speaker, right? Toward native speaker. But about communication, they found that it is easier to what?
To communicate with non-native English
Yeah,
speakers.
to communicate, to speak with non-native speaker. It feels enjoy. It feels enjoyable, or it seems fun. Or easy, you know, to talk with a non-native speaker. That is the result of this study. Okay, and then we will go to detail after this. Is that all?
Yeah, Professor.
Okay, so let's take about 5 minutes break, and we'll be back. Okay, let's do 5 minutes break, please. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Welcome
Okay.
back.
Welcome back. Okay.
Yes, welcome back to the About English and English language teaching. Bridging the gap between theory and practice in Japanese context by Nicola Galloway. So I, Rosamund Panu, would like to present it. So before we move to number 8 and number 9 question that I assigned to do by Dr.Surachai Piyanukool. So I would like to summarize about the purpose of testing and data collecting of this study for number 8 first. So as you can see that the purpose of the study is to know about the attitude towards English language and attitude related to learning English language, and does global English influences their perception or not. So these are the purposes of the study from Nicola Galloway. And for the setting, the setting from this study is like mixed method setting between qualitative and quantitative method together. For quantitative, they use like questionnaire about 52 English learners divided into 23 global Englishes and 29 non-global Englishes. And another method is qualitative methods from interviews with 4 English learners at a private university in Japan from the 3rd and the 4th year English majors. So this is the background of the setting and data collecting. So we found that according to Max 2003, they aware of the law of English as a lingua franca, that the government action plan recognized the English Act as the common international language. Although the same document refers to native English speakers who provide a valuable opportunity to learn English. So this is about the what does it say? The act of Japanese people use in their country. So this study explore
educational acts, right?
Yes. So this study explores what perception English learners from the participant I mentioned above, that as major stakeholders have in relation to the sociolinguistic realities of English and how these relate to learning English, as well as their response to global English's instruction in Japanese university. So this is like a discussion about the study of Nicola Galloway. And have heard many scholars mention about this thing as well from discussion. So the setting and the participant that I mentioned. So this is the summarize again that have had this study have 52 participants divided into a control group. The control group is taking up global English's content-based English course, and another group is experimental group that take a tourism content-based course that were surveyed with the pre and post course questionnaires. So the total number is 52, and with the interview only 4. Yes, that I told you. And for those participants using the criteria of TOEIC test as well, for female, about 78.2 female that have higher score of the TOEIC test, 707. Yes, to be a part of this participants.
Okay, Rosamond, from this slide, yeah, this will explain about the one that I asked Jiliwang about. Jiliwang showed that the first group is global Englishes, right? The second group is non-global
Englishes.
Yeah, Jiliwang said like that. Here, you will see the explanation. Why was the first group called global Englishes? Why? Rosamond, could you please explain why the first group is called global Englishes?
Because they are from English major.
No, it's not problem. Look at this. This is the explanation. Look at the first line and second line.
This one, right?
Yeah, the first and second. 52 participants.
Global Englishes.
52 participants. The first is a control group.
Yes.
Control group
as a global Englishes.
Maybe a global Englishes. So global Englishes means what? Why they are called global English group? Because they take
course.
Yeah, they take
English
global
course.
Englishes contents-based English course. Yeah, they take this kind of course. So they are called global Englishes. And another one, experimental group. What course did they take?
They take tourism content-based course.
Yeah, they take tourism content-based course.
Yes.
So the author called this group non-global
Non-global Englishes.
Yeah, they call like this because of this dividing. Okay, because of this.
Divided into two types
Yeah.
of
Okay.
participants.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead.
The next one, for number 9, I will answer the number 9. How do these attitudes relate to learning Englishes? According to Ledgard and Sadeh, 2006, for the preference for received pronunciation despite an awareness of the high vitality of American culture, indicating that this may not be enough to attract students to a certain variety. In this statement, what I understand is that no matter accent they are, so they can uh, they are not attract students, learners, because they are expanding so-called. So no matter what accent they are, so they can learn English as well as like the variety of languages. So what I understand this statement, I'm not sure that I'm right or wrong.
I think for these two researchers about the pronunciation that they listen, right? They
Yes.
listen to variety of speakers from different
Yes.
countries.
Yes.
For the pronunciation, surely the student or the participant answer that they like American pronunciation. They like American
their
pronunciation.
attitudes. Yes.
They have a good attitude about American pronunciation. You know. So in that case, indicating that this may not be enough to attract students to a certain variety. That means the participant just would like to hear, would like to hear American accent. They just would like to hear American accent. So they don't think about the other accent. They don't think about there are other accent.
Yeah.
There are Indian accent. There are Japanese accent. There are other accent, but the four, just only four, four participants. They just, I like American accent.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is that they found.
This is a point.
Yeah, this is the point.
Okay. And for the study, they are aware of their needs as well, stereotypes that everyone said. That's the general character of each person, and the overall attitudes include their teacher knowledge as well. That are the factors can lead more effective lesson planning and cause implementation. So nowadays, the relation is related to the fact that the traditional approaches to ELT are no longer meeting the needs of many students. Yeah, so in this statement, I think, in my opinion, we still learn as we are English language teaching, so that's why we are still motivate students to learn English, no matter major they are. So we have to, it's a must. So we could say that it's a must to learn English. So I'm not sure I'm right or wrong, Professor. Please give me a suggestion.
Yeah, about the awareness of the learner attitude. Okay. Yeah. From the study, they study about learners' attitude, and they found that there are many factors that you should be aware of, or you should apply those attitudes in teaching English. What are those attitudes, or what are those factors that is about needs? We have to think about what are the needs of students who learn
motivation.
English. Yeah. the English
Beliefs.
program, the English program,
Yeah.
they learn English for what? And the
For
tourism program,
communicate.
the tourism
Yeah.
program, they learn English for what? We have to think about that. And then we
Yes.
have about stereotypes of,
Yes.
of
Each-
English language, English language for English major, English
Yes.
language of tourism major, English language of teacher program, something like this. Okay, we have to
Yes.
think about that too. And we have to think about prejudice. What is prejudice?
We have to learn before we judge. We have to think about something before we judge it.
Prejudice is like the bias. Prejudice
Yeah,
is
the
like the
bias.
bias, you know,
Yes.
like the bias. So we have to, we should, you know, we should. For easy word is we should get rid of. We should get rid of the bias, but it's not
Yes,
easy. It's not easy, you know. It's not easy to get rid of the bias or the attitude of people. But we have to think about that. We have to think about the prejudices. Okay.
Yes.
And yeah, and other
Okay.
attitudes. Okay.
Yes. Okay,
And
next
so
one.
okay, just go back a little bit. Go back to the last slide a little bit. Okay. And yeah, if teacher have some knowledge about that, of those factors, you know, you can employ those factors in your lesson plan, right? Your lesson plan, your activity, you can put
Have
in
to
that.
design.
Yeah, to decide to be appropriate learning activity for
for learners.
For learners with different learners.
Yes.
Okay. Next, please.
Yeah. So for this study, that the participants were found that they had positive attitudes towards native English, but although they have a familiarity, motivation, pedagogical beliefs, and stereotype beliefs, which unclear about the English language as well. Yeah, or somehow adopt 2005 to have more longitudinal study. They found for native English, students had a simple notion of native English related to the model used in their home context. Highlight the possible influence of the pedagogical beliefs. In this statement, it's like Professor mentioned before that it depends on the lesson plan, how to manage and how to use a teaching technique with their students to learn or to motivate them to learn English.
Yeah, this is from the researcher is adults, you know, and study a long study, long time study.
Yes.
And yeah, the result is seem the same. The result is they found that the participant just like native
have
speaker,
positive
like native English,
attitude.
and they think these are a good model. This native English is a good model of them.
Yes, a good model.
To use at home or everywhere. You know, you should use native English. Okay, that is the finding of adults. Okay, next please.
So, but for the learning English, that is from this research, there are lack of research investigating about the attitudes of learners toward English and ELT in related to the global English, and the lack of incorporation of the global English's perspective into the ELT classroom, as well as the possible influence. So these may have a learner attitude problematic, still have a problem with their attitudes as well. So what I understand that point.
Yeah, this just emphasize that you should study a lot about
Yes.
the attitudes of learner.
Yeah.
You should do the research or study about the research about the learner's attitude of learning English, and then you use that result, you know, to put in your teaching plan.
Yes, sir.
Teaching plan. Okay. Next, please.
So in conclusion, so nowadays we can call that English is a international language or global language. So another model that they use from the I'm not sure that I'm pronounced correctly, Bushfeld and Cascio, 2017. They have another model that's called EIF, or extra and intra-territorial forces. Maybe it can be based account for the complex realities and developed for English worldwide. Yes, this approach is discussed some detail maybe for the most recently additional for World English's approach.
Yeah.
In conclude, World English's model developed into one of the most flourishing and vibrant fields of linguistic needs of both non and native speakers around the world.
Yeah,
So this I understand.
these two researchers just construct the model,
Yes.
EIF model.
Yes.
And this will be used as a model for teaching English, world Englishes, a model for teaching world Englishes.
In another era or something, or this era.
In the future,
In the future, yes. So this is my point, that what I understand about this topic of this study. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we go to the last presenter, right? Or not the last, or we may come back again, right? Okay, go to Tatia, please.
Yes, wait a moment. I stop my sharing and then I will share for Tatia PowerPoint. Wait a minute, please.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Professor. I just got some message from Sumun An, Professor. She just text me that okay, let me see. Like she has some problem about electricity in her country.
Oh.
As it cut out for 3 days, so she cannot join the class, sir.
Oh, it's a pity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we cannot have her problem.
So in that case,
okay, I will share.
You may text Vachana, you may text her back telling that Ajahn Surachai just would like you to send your PowerPoint, you know, through email.
Yes, sir.
Through email.
I just told her that please email you, send message through your email and ask for submitting this assignment as a PowerPoint already.
Yeah, okay, good.
So, okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, right now I like to share the Tatia's PowerPoint.
Thank you.
Everyone see the screen, right?
Not now, it's just starting.
Assignment to
please
I think
could you see that
for the last part is like going to details, you know, detail of the result, the detail of the result. Okay.
Page number 14.
Number 14, right? Here?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, for my part is about the question number 10 and 11, right? But I I typed it wrong. The questions about number 10 is what factors influencing English learners' attitudes? As Ajahn Ilibang mentioned before, it's about the number of factors influence English learners' attitude, including the use of native English as a yardstick, investment in native English, motivations, familiarities, EFL experiences, stereotype, future goals, and previous experiences using the language. Next, please.
Okay, the one that you have just said are some factors, right? Some factor, and then go on about the factors again. Okay, go on.
Yes.
Next, please.
Go on.
Yeah.
Okay, how do you know that about which is the factors? Because the result shows that from the open-ended questionnaire highlighted that desire for native English speakers proficiency is related to its use as a yardstick, their investment in it, and because it equated to successful communication. For example, it is more useful to communicate than bad English. However, some are also aware of the difficulty of this goal. Go on, please. This is just only the open-ended questionnaire.
No. Okay, just this go to detail. Yes. Okay, take a look.
Yes. Yeah, and the next is about the independent tests that show about those who want to study English to communicate with native English speakers were significantly more likely to want to sound like one, or those who use English with native English speakers in their free time, or who hope to work or study in an native English speaker country in the future.
Okay, so just conclude that, yeah, so conclude that from the independent test, they found that the participant want to do what?
From the first one about the open-ended questionnaire, right? They highlighted about the investment or the use English as a yardstick, and the open or independent test shows about the future goal or motivations and some investment in native English. Okay, go on, please. And the last one, the last evidence.
It seems it doesn't smooth. It doesn't smooth. It doesn't clear. So please go back to the first. Go back to the first. Okay, go back to the first. Okay. Go back to this. Okay. As Jiliwang explained, right? Because they want to study English. The factor is because they are assessed or they are evaluated by standard English, right? By standard English. So they try to speak English or to be able to speak or to write like a native speaker, and it is good for their business too. And some of their answer, what is their answer about the goodness of native speaker? What did they say? Look at the example, e.g. it is what? No. The one. Go back. Yeah, this one. Look at. No. Next one. The next one. Yeah, this one. Look at. It is more useful to communicate than bad English. What does it mean? That, yeah. They want to be able to be good. They want to be good at English. And they said it is more useful to communicate than bad English. What is that? It seems you are stuck, right? You are stuck. Is it about internet signal, or it's about what?
Maybe the signal from Tatiya, ka, Professor. Wait a moment, please. Maybe she continues to explain more. Ka. So excuse me, Professor, can I add something?
Okay.
From this example, it is more useful to communicate than bad English. The statement that I understand is that people learn English to communicate more than they are good or bad in English. Am I right?
No, not that.
Not that, right?
It's from the first sentence. The open-ended questionnaire highlighted that design for native English speaker proficiency, proficiency, that is ability. They would like to have the same ability as native speaker. They would like to do that, and it is related to because they are assessed or they are evaluated by standard English. So they want to be able to have good English. If they have good English, they will be successful in communication. So if they just only have global English, they have global English, not standard English. They said it's not useful to communication. It's not useful. So standard English is more useful for communication. Okay, and the second result is that, however, some are also aware of the difficulty of this goal. That means the goal to be native like, to be able to be like a native. It is difficult. It is difficult to be that. But they know it's difficult. But they also they still want to be native like. Okay, be native like. Okay, go ahead to the next slide. The next slide, please.
Sir. For the next slide of Tatiya is like
this
the
one
study show for the t-test.
Go to detail.
Yes.
Detail from the comparison, right? Comparison.
Yes, comparison
between
pre and post.
Comparison, yeah.
Yes.
The t-test comparison about communication.
Yeah.
About communication. So the finding is the learner want to go back.
Okay.
So, yeah, the learner want to be able to communicate as native speaker, but about the accent, they it is the second runner-up, not the first. The first is want to be able to communicate fluently. That is the first one. But for the pronunciation is for the second. And how about the people who use English in free time, use English in working, study in a native English speaking country? The student who would like to go to study abroad, the student who would like to work abroad in the future, what do they like?
They like to have a pronunciation like native speaker
They
as
would
well.
like to be able to speak like the native speaker. Yeah. Okay, go to next, please.
Yes.
Sorry, Professor, I'm back.
Okay, okay.
That's
you are
okay.
back.
So Tatiya coming back, right?
Okay, go ahead, Tatiya.
Okay, so you can explain about this one, please.
Okay, thank you. And the next evidence is about chi-square result. As shown that 80% of participants with experience studying abroad in the UK want to imitate British English, whereas only 18.8% of those who did not study in the UK want to, and
Okay,
85.
Okay, let's go back to for 80%. 80% found that this is about what is the factor. There are familiarity, EFL experience, ERF experience, stereotype, future, These are factors. And for the first finding, it is about what? Tatiya.
Pardon?
For the first finding that show that 80% of the participants with experience studying abroad in the UK want to imitate British English. What is this factor?
Previous experience of
What's that?
using the language.
You know, you take a look at the underline sentence on the top. What is that? Which one? Familiarity or ELF, experience or stereotype or physical or what?
ELF experiences.
Yeah, because they had an experience in studying in UK, right? Studying UK, so they want to be like a British, right? They want to be like British. 80% want to be like British, but the student who never study in the UK, the percentage of need is lower than 80%. And how about next? 38.5%. About what? Talk about this, please.
It's about the participant learning English because English is a useful language. Also want to imitate British English. And
yeah, there are
61.5
38%. They learn English because they think English is useful, right? They think English is useful and they want to imitate American English or British English.
British English.
How many percent for British? How many percent for American?
38.5% for
British.
Yeah.
And
so they,
61.5.
which one they prefer? British or American?
American.
Yeah, they prefer American. And this preference or this comparing is significant, right? It's significant. Okay, go ahead to the next finding.
That's all for question number 10.
Okay.
And the next one is the answer of question number 11. But the answer that I'm not quite sure. Question number 11. This one I typed it wrong. 10 to 11. To what extent does global English's instruction influence these perceptions? Is a summarizing about the article or the research as the global Englishes and English language teaching, bridging the gap between theory and practice in Japanese context. The extent to which global English's instruction influences perception is discussed. The article suggests that global English's instruction can have a significant impact on changing perceptions of English. As a native speaker-based, standardized language to a more dynamic, context-based, and diverse language. Learners who are exposed to global English instruction may become more aware of the linguistic and cultural diversity of English and may be better equipped to communicate effectively with English speakers from different backgrounds. Additionally, teachers who incorporate global English instruction into their ELT practice may be better able to meet the needs of their students who may come from diverse linguistic and cultural backgrounds. Overall, the article suggests that global English instruction can help bridge the gap between theory and practice in ELT by promoting a more inclusive, diverse, and context-based approach to English language teaching.
Okay, let's take a look one by one. For the first finding, okay, take a look at the first finding. What is the first finding here? What is the first finding here? Yes.
The significant.
Yeah. The article suggests that global English instruction can have a significant impact. เมืองทองธานี
No, sir.
Impact on changing perception of English as a native speaker based standardized. Okay. So explain, please, Tatiya. Global English instruction have a significant impact on changing perception, right? So changing perception from what to what?
From English as a native speaker base to dynamic or context based.
Yes.
And diverse
from
language.
a native speaker based standard. That is from standard English, right? Change from standard English to be more dynamic, more diversity, more diversity.
Yes.
It's like a context based and diverse language. So we can say two, from standard English to global English. And the next finding is what? Learners
who are exposed to global English instruction may become more aware of the linguistic and cultural diversity of English.
Yeah, first is the learner will be more aware. The learner who learn English, who learn global English, they may aware of the linguistic, the language, and about culture. Okay, they will be aware that each language, there are different languages and there are different culture. Okay, and then the second finding, and maybe what? Maybe better.
May be better equipped to communicate effectively with English speakers from different backgrounds.
Yeah. So this finding say that the learner who learn global English may be what? May be able to
communicate effectively.
Yeah, to communicate effectively with whom?
With the speakers from different backgrounds.
Yeah, from the people
or non-native.
From different backgrounds, from different countries. Okay. And now talk about teacher. What did they find about teachers?
Teachers who incorporate global English instruction into their ELT practice may be better able to meet the needs of their students.
Yeah, first, meet the need of the student. They know the student needs and they can match the student needs with their teaching. And the second, who may come? Okay, what about it?
It means the student who may come from diverse linguistic and cultural background.
Yeah. So the teacher of global English they will prepare the lesson to meet with different the student with different needs, the student with different
From diverse.
cultural background, with
Yes.
different languages. Okay.
Mhm.
And the whole finding is what? The last one. This one is like their purpose, like a purpose.
So it can
Bridge
the
the
gap
gap, right? Bridge the
between
gap.
theory and practice. Yes.
How they can fill the gap, how they can bridge the gap. How they can bridge the gap.
By promoting a more inclusive, diverse,
Yeah, yeah. So they will be, they should promote
Yes.
diversity, promote global English, which
Yes.
there are many countries, many people around the world that speak English, even though their mother tongue language is not English. They have
Mhm.
different mother tongue language, but
Yes.
they use English for communication,
Yes.
and their English is global English. They use global English for communication. Okay. So you will have something like context-based approach. You have
Mhm.
some detail or some content, right, about that to make lesson plan for your student. Okay,
Yes.
go ahead, please. Next.
I tried to change number 10 to number 11. I cannot.
Okay.
So, Tatia, please explain again about your result, right?
Yeah. What is the first finding?
Pardon, what's your progress questions? Because I think
The finding from the post questionnaire. The post questionnaire. What did they find? What is the first finding they find?
connecting problem.
They asked the participant. What did they ask? What did they ask? What did they ask the participant? The questionnaire that they asked. What is that question?
Can you hear me? Everyone?
Yeah. Choosing country to recruit English teacher. So make it as a question, please, Satya. Make it as a question.
Oh,
Make it as a
what
question.
Okay, in the post questionnaire, when choosing
maybe
Yeah,
her signal is not stability.
Yeah. So, Rosamond, you must do instead of her. So make it as a question.
Uh-huh.
The noun form, the noun phrase said, choosing country to recruit English teacher from. So make it as a question statement. What is that? Make it as a question to ask the
What
participant.
countries they choose to recruit English?
Okay, edit and try again. Now edit your sentence and try again.
Yes.
You may start with what countries.
One country they choose to.
What country and use the you. Ask you. What country?
They recruit.
Recruit means get.
Yeah, get English from.
Yeah. Okay. So the last edition. What is your last edition? Your last sentence. for that for the question. Okay, what is it?
Yes, other can help me, please.
What countries? What country for? What country?
What countries learners recruit English teachers from? No.
What country do
country
you
do you
want or do you get
want to?
what country do you want teacher from?
Yeah.
Yeah, what country do you want teacher from?
Yeah.
And what is the fighting? The fighting for what?
19.2% from Japanese teacher. Choose
Yeah,
Japanese teacher.
we would like Japanese teacher. This is
Yeah.
19.2% Japanese
Yes.
teacher. What else?
And
How about 9.6?
80%, right?
How about 9.6%?
9.6 in the pre-course questionnaire. To
So
compare
just say easily like this. For the pre-test, right? The pre-test, they
Yes.
answer Japanese teacher 9.6%. You know.
Yes.
But for the post-test, they say, oh, I want Japanese teacher 19.2%.
19.2.
Yeah. After they have learned about global English, right? They have learned about
Yes.
global English, so they raise their need about local teacher about global English teacher.
Yes.
Okay, next, what is the next finding?
80% take the global English classes.
Yeah.
While
At the end of
they
semester.
prefer American teacher about 20%.
The pre-course 80% were taking the global English
Yes.
class. They would like to take the global English classes. But at the
Yes.
end of semester, they were jeans Calvin Klein. Is that Rosamund? Is it the brand
Yeah.
of the jeans? Calvin Klein is the brand of the jeans. But this
No.
not Calvin Klein. This is decline.
No.
Decline. So decline. What does it mean? Decline.
Refuse.
Reduce.
Decline.
You know, reduce. Their
Yes.
preference from native
Inner
speaker
circle.
teacher,
Yeah, native speaker.
like American teacher.
American or UK.
Their preference drop 20%, right? They drop preference 20%. And next one, additionally, a greater number. What's that?
Choose English teachers from outer circle countries.
Yeah, from
Maybe
the
in
outer circle,
colonization country.
from the periphery,
second language use.
like Jamaica,
Singapore,
Singapore, India.
Uh-huh.
And the selection Indian teacher almost double.
Yes.
Wow. Double India, double from 17.3 to 32% for the post test. Okay, next.
Yes.
Next result.
Yeah, that's
Next
all
result
for
is
the
thank you.
result,
Huh?
right? Thank
Next
you.
result is thank you.
Instead of Tatiya, so thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah.
So let's stop sharing.
For I myself, I just would like to see example of applying global English in the classroom. You know, and I found about 3 or 4 articles. You know, 3 or 4 articles that they wrote about applying global English in the classroom. Okay, I will go to read that, and I suggest you go to read. They give example to global English for young students. Okay, global English for young students, global English for adult students, something like this. Okay, so we may go to read from the internet, you know, about how to apply world Englishes into English language teaching classroom. Okay. Rosmond, it seems like you are playing card. Are you playing card, or are you doing like a fortune teller? You are doing a fortune teller. You circle the globe, right? You circle the globe for as a fortune teller. You know, you circle the globe, the world. You call the world, and then you tell the fortune, the luck of the of the people who come to ask you. Did you do that? The last moment, it looked like that. It looked like you did like this. Okay. Okay. Rosmond. So, what did you learn from today? 2 articles. What did you learn?
For
Make 1 sentence. Okay, 1 sentence. What did you learn from today? And the other 2 prepare to answer. Patanan, Vanchana, Yiluvang, and Tatiya. Prepare to answer. What did you learn from today?
Yes, what did I learn for today is we can learn how to apply word Englishes in the classroom, both for teachers and learners. Depends on the situation and the context and the cultural background differences.
Okay, go to, okay, we will
That's
take
my
turn.
sentence.
Lady and 2 gentlemen, Vanchana, please. What did you learn?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the chance. For my point of view, what we've learned is world English is increased in using, and then it affects in the field of ELT. So as PhD student in ELT, we have to understand this first, and then we have to apply this to our work in order to improve our field in English teaching. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good. And then go to Patanan.
Okay, yes. What I have learned today, I learned about the word Englishes, and I think is very in trend right now. So like as we are the English teachers, we have to be aware of the global English or world English, and we have to like integrate the knowledge or understand about the world English, and then we can design the learning plan. The lesson plan, and then we can tell the student about the world English in the classroom. Yes, and also we have to think about the teaching material also. Yes, thank you.
Okay, then we will go to a boy. The boy is Tatiya, is a boy. Tatiya, you are a boy. So answer please. What did you learn from today? Did you hear me? Is your internet work or not?
Okay.
Did your internet work? The internet is not work, right? It did not work. Okay, Wang, Wang, please.
Yes, Professor, and maybe before taking
Why do you have to scratch your head?
Before learning the knowledge about the word English, maybe in my teaching practice, I just emphasize I want to learn the how to say it, the standard English, and I also maybe want to teach my students by using the standard English. But now I realize that maybe because China also in the expanding circle, and we know that maybe sometimes if we pay more attention to the we just, how to say it, if we want to imitate the native speakers accent and their how to say it, the speaking style and so many things, maybe sometimes it will cause it will make our anxiety, and also our students sometimes they will feel anxious about learning standard English, because maybe it's difficult, and especially sometimes we don't have the opportunity to communicate with native English native speakers. And so maybe after today's lecture, and we can see that maybe it is doesn't matter if we can speak the standard English or not, and we just maybe overcome our anxiety and encourage our students to speak English bravely, and to improve their how to say it, ability to how to say it, to improve their English competence. It's okay.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all.
I think the ultimate goal, or the topmost goal of learning English is for communication. Yeah, I think this is the topmost goal. If you can teach your student, to be able to communicate successfully, I think that is the utmost goal of us. The student can speak English fluently, even though they have some accent, right? They may have the Chinese accent or Thai accent. That's okay if they can communicate and they can understand each other. And when you talk to each other, you have to try to understand to each other, right? Try to understand. Please be patient, be calm, try to understand to each other. I think when foreigners like you, Chinese people and American people come to Thailand and they speak Thai, right? They try to speak Thai. They don't speak Thai like a Thai people, but Thai people like that, understand that, and they feel like, oh, it's lovely. You are so cute to speak something like this. That is something that we would like to see in our world. In our world, just accept the differences, accept diversity. We should be aware that there are many people in this world. They are from different countries, different culture, different background. They have different mother tongue language, but now they communicate with global Englishes. So sure, they have different accent, but whenever you understand each other, that is the success. I think that is the success for our goal, like an English teacher or a teacher who teach English to our students. Tatia, can you talk right now or not? Tatia? No? Okay. Tatia, her internet may not good. Okay, I think that's all for today. Do you have some question or not?
Yes, Professor. There's
Okay.
some more question. Do we have to submit our presentation to you?
Okay, no, you don't need to. You don't need to submit. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any more questions? So, go to take a bus. go to buy the what the crushed ice with the red sweet on the top and eat it. I like that. I like the ice with the milk and red color on the top. The crushed ice.
We call it bingsu, Professor. Bingsu from Korea.
Bingsu is in the new one, right? But the old one we just say something just say, in Thai we say like น้ำแข็งใส
ค่ะ
Athanan really loves it, Professor.
Okay, see you later. Bye bye.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, sir. ครับ สวัสดีครับ
Yes, sir.
Bye bye.